Traore and Dalen Swain, there are two players that I think our fans will really enjoy watching. They played for us at Xavier a year ago. Lucina didn't because he suffered a season-ending injury, but he would have been our starting center a year ago. So to have him and Dalen here, I think that helps the learning curve to some degree because we're trying to get to know each other. We've made a lot of progress over the summer, and it's a new coach, a new system. Everybody's new to it. I have no doubt we'll continue to improve each week as we move forward.
I know you wanted to get several guys healthy, and one of those is Tremont Mark, a guy that Longhorn fans are obviously well acquainted with. I'm
very excited about Tremont. There aren't a lot of players, Craig, that have scored 1,500 points that have already played in the SEC. Remember, at Arkansas, Tremont averaged 16 points a game a year ago. We know because we played against you guys a year ago, and one of the key players we really feared was Tremont. He missed the summer simply because he had surgery, and he elected to have it to fix a torn labrum. He's 100% on the other side of it, and we're looking forward to a healthy and great final year for him. And I'd really say the same thing about Kendall Weaver and Jordan Pope. Those guys, as I've gotten to know them, they've gotten to know us. Their experience really shines, and I think those are going to be three really productive players for our team.
What's it all been like for you, the transition to Texas? You had a chance to experience Longhorn athletics through the spring and now the taste of Texas football, but for you and your family, that transition?
Well, number one, I would describe the University of Texas as a world-class place, and the athletic program, led by Chris Del Conte, is the gold standard in college sports. It really is. I'm blown away not just at the excellence that's across the board, both academically and in the athletic programs, but just the camaraderie that exists between the coaches. Coach Sark, Steve, has been way more than accommodating to me, familiarizing me from the outside coming in, and that goes from really, you pick the sport, that coach, you get the sense that we're in this together, and that's an amazing feeling. And also, as you guys know, you can learn from virtually every coach at this university. Jared Elliott, an amazing volleyball coach. There are things he does that can translate and make us better. Same with Sark, and we could keep going to Schloss in baseball, and the national championship in softball. We can keep going. So I think it's that standard of excellence and just the uniqueness that exists on this campus in terms of excellence.
Texas basketball coach Sean Miller, our special guest. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. We continue on the Corona pregame show, visiting with Texas men's basketball coach, the brand new coach, Sean Miller. Hey, let's talk about the schedule. It's not like you picked out a cream puff to start off with. You jump right in with Duke. There's Maui. There's UConn, a road game. How about that schedule you've got in front of you?
Yeah, and when I watched Sark take on Ohio State at Ohio State, I've said to myself, hundreds of times, that's a tough season opener. But you could see the program with Sark has really made amazing progress, and they're the best of the best going against it. I think the difference here is, we're going to Charlotte to play Duke. That's not necessarily to our advantage on day one, but I do think as we keep going, we will be better because we played that game in Charlotte. It'll help us learn and grow versus, the other way of doing things. But it doesn't just stop there, Craig. At UConn, very familiar with that setting coming from the Big East. I don't think there's a more difficult road game in the country. And then, playing in what I think we all agree is the best in-season tournament that exists, the Maui Invitational, where we'll play 3 games in 3 days. And no doubt, we're going to learn a lot about our team. Nobody will be able to shoot holes in our schedule, especially when March comes around. I think between the SEC's tournament and regular season and what we put together in a non-conference slate, we will have challenged ourselves, learned a lot about ourselves, and I think we'll be better because of it.
And that building you're going to play in, you saw it from a different perspective last Sunday, volleyball, but still you saw a packed house. What does that mean to you to make that into the best home court you can possibly make it into?
Well, that was my introduction to how it's going to look. I know the boards, the video boards weren't necessarily on that day, but I could not believe the crowd, for Jared and the volleyball team, and I think that crowd helped spearhead, really, in a sense, it's kind of like a last-second win, right? It got to the final possession, and that's really what a home court is. It's a home court advantage, and we have football, we have all these other sports. Nobody, in my mind, benefits more from a home court advantage than college basketball. All you have to do is think of the iconic programs that have been in existence for the last 30 or 40 years. What's the one common theme? The name of their home court. Cameron Indoor Stadium, Fog Allen Fieldhouse, right? It's worth points, and I think in the Moody Center, it's a world-class building for this place. The way it's seated with the corral and our students and the season ticket holders, the capacity being less than 11,000, I think it's ripe and set up to be the best home court advantage in our conference. I know this, that when I've talked to our respective coaches in the SEC, one of the first things each of them brings up to me is how impressed they are with the Moody Center. I don't think they expected it to be on campus, as nice as it is, and then to have that crowd sitting there like we have it. So really looking forward to it and looking forward to connecting with our home court and our crowd, especially our students.
All right. Hey, we appreciate you driving by. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Sean. Great having me on. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Sean Miller, the brand new head basketball coach of the University of Texas. We'll check in with Will Matthews down on the sidelines here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. Is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi Mom, it's Amethyst and Nicholas.
Congratulations on getting your diploma.
You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, he's like my best friend.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Bevo 15 is settled into his corral down in the southwest corner of the field, brought in by the Silver Spurs Ford Truck and Trailer. Earlier today, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance is proud to be the auto insurance provider for Bevo 15. Craig Way, Roger Wallace, Will Matthews. Will's down on the field down there, baking in that sun. It says it's 90 degrees in Austin. Is it a little warmer down there on the field with you?
Craig, it's a lot warmer down here on the field. You know that. So the temperature is 90 degrees, but on the field, I just took a reading, and it's 147. Outside of that, it's partly cloudy, got a nice little breeze, 9 to 14 miles per hour. Feels pretty good, other than my shoes are about to melt off.
All right, Will, week number 3 here. Ohio State was what it was last week. Certainly did a lot of good things, a lot of things to clean up. What are you looking for, knowing what those guys probably went through this week during practice to keep this thing headed in the right direction?
You know, really what the guys have got to do, and I've talked about this for the last couple of weeks, Ohio State looked as if the guys were trying hard. They were pushing, they were trying to get it done, and through that trying so hard, they dropped the ball. Things didn't go their way. Last week, a similar story. Today, what I want to see is a little bit of relax. Not relax your gameplay, but slow your mind down and let the game come to you. Don't try to do anything that's outside of what you're supposed to do. Do your job and do it well.
Let me get your thoughts on the running backs, Will. Trey Wisner is going to be held out precautionarily again today, so we won't see him. We won't see DeAndre Moore at receiver as well on the offensive side. But how about your thoughts on C.J. Baxter, Christian Clark, Jarrett Gibson, and we might even see freshman James Simon on the field today?
You know, I'm super excited about that room, and with the kind of atmosphere that Coach Sark has built, you know, the next man up, that means the next man is ready to go. C.J. Baxter being able to come off what he came off last year with that knee injury, get back in the game. Look, I would say he's not the old C.J. Baxter, but he's close. I'm ready to see him take another step in that direction. The explosive speed at the end of the run is what I would like to see. And those young guys, hold on to the ball, Big Gibson. Hold on to that thing. Get Simon in there and let these guys really get some reps, because today is a good time to see if we can get that running game locked in.
Other side of the ball, Will. Sark said Monday didn't expect to be talking about Colin Simmons with his number of penalties rather than his number of sacks. How do you kind of handle that? He knows he can't commit those penalties, yet they keep cropping up. How does one kind of turn that around?
Do you know, it really goes back to what I was saying, allowing the game to come to you. We all know that Colin Simmons is one of the best players on the field every time he is on the field. And what a guy like that has to do is not push hard, not try to do anything. You don't have to beat the snap to get there. I tell you what, you have such a great step that just do your thing. Allow the game to come to you, let it slow down, and have some fun. We got to see some more smiles, especially on the defensive side with our stars. We got to see our stars step up today and get those stats.
That's Will Matthews down on the sidelines. We'll continue on the Corona pregame show. Up next, my conversation with the head coach of the UTEP Miners, Scotty Walden, with Longhorn football continues in a moment.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength, power, agility, a team that shows up ready to win. At Toyota Trucks, they bring the full roster. Kick off the season with big savings at the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event.
Toyota is a proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Hook 'em loud, haul 'em proud in a new Tundra or Tacoma, built to take you wherever the road leads. Find yours today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
Horns Up! The University of Texas Club is the perfect place to experience Texas hospitality and burnt orange excitement all year long. Located inside Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium, the UT Club is your home for exclusive dining, member events, and unbeatable game day experiences. Elevate your Longhorn pride at universityoftexasclub.com for more information or to join today. The University of Texas Club. Texas lives here all year.
Hey Longhorns, when you bring Hellman's creamy buffalo chicken dip to the watch party, you can be a couch coach, cheer too loud, or worse, bring a friend who knows nothing about football.
How do they get the yellow line to move on the field?
Because when you do dip with Hellman's, you can do no wrong. That's a Hail Mayo. Hellman's, official mayonnaise sponsor of Texas Athletics. Bring out the best.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas Athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
the best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
Need equipment for your next job? Don't settle for the traditional rental experience. With Equipment Share, your rental arrives on time and in top condition, ready to work. From dozers to skid loaders, mini excavators, and even generators, Equipment Share has you covered. Easily reserve your gear, track your machine's performance, and manage everything through our mobile app. With Equipment Share's T3 technology, you'll get control, visibility, and peace of mind. Visit EquipmentShare.com or call 1-888-80-RENTS. Equipment Share. Rental done right.
The Corona pregame show continues from Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium as the Longhorns and Miners continue their preparations for this afternoon's contest. Scotty Walden is early into his second season as head coach in El Paso after 6 very successful seasons as a head coach, 4 of those at Austin Peay, where he experienced great success. Coach Walden is described by those who know him as a tireless optimist, which he lives daily and understands as important as he tries to turn around the football fortunes at UTEP.
If we're going to turn a program around like the University of Texas at El Paso, you can't have the same old thing. You can't have the same old mindset. We got to bring a winning attitude and a winning positivity. And I've been so thoroughly impressed with this city, our university. I mean, we've got the best kept secret in the state of Texas, and people just don't know it yet. And I promise you, I would say that I'll tell you that 15 years from now, you know, we've got a phenomenal city that's full of passionate fans, a fan base that's hungry for a winner, and we got a university that's willing to pour into us to help us get to where we need to get to. And I just think that at the end of the day, the greatest loss in life is a loss of enthusiasm, and I never want to lose that, man. The day I ever lose that, you know, I'm going to stop coaching, you know, and I get to be around young people. I get to make an impact in their lives. And then we get to take a program that is looking for something to believe in and a city that's looking for a football program to believe in. And we have that opportunity in our hands to capture that. That's something that gets me fired up every day. I put my 2 feet on the floor, man. So that's what drives it.
One of the things that I was told about your program is the OKGs, our kind of guys, and that you're willing to look beyond the boundaries of FBS to find guys like that?
Yeah, I think that, look, I mean, here's the reality, man. I'm a D3 guy. I've played Division III football. I've coached D3, I've coached FCS, and coached FBS twice now. And, you know, I get it, man. I'm a young guy coming up the ranks, and there's differences at every level that you have to adapt to. I was very fortunate to be at the University of Southern Mississippi for 3 seasons, and to be able to, you know, understand what this level looks like at the G5 level. And obviously I've never been a Power 5 coach, so I can't pretend to be there and know what that looks like. But, you know, I think that there's an outside misconception that there's not good players down at that level or anything like that. I mean, there's a lot of great players. I think the differences are in the offensive defensive line, specifically of the size. That's a vast difference for sure. And I think that even if you look at the winning programs at the G5 level, and even Power 5, I mean, the ones that are consistent, you know, consistently winners year in, year out, they have recruited and owned their region in recruiting, and they have developed great players and great people. And I still think an element of that exists, you know, even in this transfer portal era. And when we say OKGs, we talk about our kind of guys that between the white lines exemplify the way that we want to play the football, fearless, fast, and physical. And then outside the lines, they represent our core values of Code Blue: committed, relentless people. They're unselfish. They're tough people, and they're people that are people of integrity. They're trustworthy people.
Let me get your thoughts on Texas.
First off, extremely well coached. They're really hard to defend. Obviously, Arch Manning, I think he is as good as advertised. I think he's the real deal. I think he'll be somebody that we talk about in the game of football for a really long time. And you just see, you know, he's getting better from the Ohio State game to the San Jose game. And I hope he's not too much better against us, but after that, he can be as good as he wants to be. On the defensive side of the football, man, they hunt the football with relentless intent. I mean, I really, you know, on tape have been so impressed with that. I think schematically what they do fits their personnel. And you know, we certainly got our hands full, really good football team, but, you know, we got to go compete. You know, we are as we build our program, we are instilling the mindset that, this is West Texas tough. The UTEP Miners don't back down from a challenge. And we got to, every single opportunity we get on Saturday, whether it's against Texas or anybody, we got to show up, and we got to play our brand of football and play extremely hard and physical, and, go in there and cut it loose against a great football team. And, we're really excited for that opportunity and that challenge.
That's Scotty Walden, head coach of the UTEP Miners. Up next, we bring you this afternoon's starting lineups after these local messages here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
My mom has decided to learn to paint, and she's good.
My dad's now into creative cuisine, and I've already put on 6 pounds. Learning new things comes with age.
My mom, she started forgetting my name and what we're talking about.
Forgetting well-known things doesn't. Memory loss may be a sign of Alzheimer's disease. Early detection gives you and your loved one time to plan for the future. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
When I smoke weed, I get lost in the music. I like to isolate each instrument. The rhythmic bass, the harmonies on the piano, the sticky melody.
Hey, careful, babe. There's someone crossing the street.
Sorry, I didn't see him there.
If you feel different, you drive different. Don't drive high. It's dangerous and illegal everywhere. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone, or just taking a deep, calming breath to ground yourself. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org.
How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. Here's a look at today's starting lineups. You just heard from the head coach of the UTEP Miners, Scotty Walden, early in his second season as head coach at UTEP, 4-10 in El Paso. Had a lot of success at the FCS level at Austin Peay, a career coaching mark in 8 seasons of 38 wins and 30 losses. Across the front, the left tackle on offense is Mark Robinson, a sophomore transfer from Almonte Springs, Florida, 320-pounder. Left guard, 325-pound sophomore transfer, James Williams from Moore, Oklahoma, transferred in from Northeast Oklahoma A&M. The center, Ivan Escobar, 305-pound senior from El Paso, Montwood. Joseph Immediato is the right guard, a 318-pound senior from El Paso Eastwood. The right tackle, Jake Utley, out of College Station High, 315-pound sophomore. The tight ends, Judah Azinwa, a 6'3", 235-pound junior transfer from Fontana, California, transferred in from Mount San Antonio Junior College. A local Greater Austin area product, Luke Matamoros, out of Hendrickson High in the Pflugerville School District here in the Greater Austin area, is the second tight end that they will use, 6'5", 275-pound redshirt freshman. Wide receivers, Eric Willis III, a Division II junior transfer, a senior transfer from Collingdale, Pennsylvania, 5'8", 160, transferred in from California University of Pennsylvania. Trayvon Tate also will be out there. He's a D2 senior transfer from Erie, Pennsylvania, transferred in from Clarion College. The other wide receiver on the opposite side, Jet Thompson, 5'10", 165-pound senior transfer from Queens, New York, transferred in from Georgia Southern. And Mason Ferguson, a redshirt freshman transfer, started off at North Texas, 6', 185-pounder. He's from North Crowley, just south of Fort Worth. The slot receiver, Kenny Odom, 5'10", 170-pound junior from Savannah, Georgia. Running back, Cam Thomas, 5'9", 184-pound senior from Birmingham, Alabama. And we'll also see Hashawn Wilson, a 5'11", 190-pound senior transfer from Florence, South Carolina, transferred in from Charlotte. And a native Texan in Ashton Emery, a 5'11", 203-pound redshirt freshman from Rockwall. The quarterback, Malachi Nelson, 6'3", 190-pound sophomore transfer from Los Alamitos, California, started at USC, then transferred to Boise State, did not play at either of those institutions. The Longhorn defensive front, the defensive end, Colin Simmons, the rush end, 240-pound sophomore from Duncan. We'll also see Colton Bosick out there, 250-pound sophomore out of Westlake. The jack end, Ethan Burke from Westlake, 259-pound senior. Zena Omozalu, the 260-pound redshirt freshman from Allen, will be in there, and Lance Jackson will rotate in there, 254-pound freshman from Pleasant Grove in the Texarkana area. The tackles, Hero Canoe, 299-pound senior transfer from Gettendorf, Germany, transferred in from Ohio State. The other defensive tackle, Murad Watson, 327-pound sophomore transfer from Irvington, New Jersey, transferred in from Syracuse. Cole Brevard at the nose, the 346-pound senior transfer from Carmel, Indiana, transferred in from Purdue. Strong side linebacker is Trey Moore, 249-pound senior from Smithson Valley, began his collegiate career at UTSA. The weak side backer, Leonga Lafau, 227-pound junior from Laie, Hawaii, out of Kahuku High School. And you will also see Ty Anthony Smith, who's played very well. In fact, he was the team's defensive player of the week last week, a 216-pound sophomore from Jasper. In the middle, Anthony Hill Jr., the 238-pound junior from Denton Ryan. The corners, Malik Muhammad, 188-pound junior from South Oak Cliff. Jalen Gilbo had his first interception of the season last week, 183-pound senior from Port Arthur Memorial. Boundary safety is Jelani McDonald, 199-pound junior from Waco Conley. Field safety, Derek Williams, 201-pound sophomore from New Iberia, Louisiana. And you'll see two guys rotate at the start. Michael Taff, of course, the veteran, the senior from Westlake at 189 pounds, will rotate between safety and star. And Grayson Littleton, the true freshman at 180 pounds from Tampa, Florida, also at the star back. We'll turn it around and match up the Texas offense against the UTEP defense when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
It's been said, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Not with Ford trucks. We're leading the change with innovative technology like Ford Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving, raising the bar on capability with features like Ford Pro Power on board. Leadership in a world of change. That's what makes Ford F-Series America's best-selling trucks. Visit your Texas Ford dealer today and you'll see why.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Time for a refill. Get your watch party restocked at Twin Liquors. Bourbon, tequila, Tito's. We have it all. Pick up a twin deal and save 10% on identical bottles. Or find a new favorite with our deals of the week. Order online for curbside or delivery. TwinLiquors.com. Please drink responsibly.
This season, honor the win and the West in Tecovas. Whether you're in the stands or out celebrating downtown, Tecovas Western boots are handcrafted for all-day comfort. With colors and styles that look right at home, you can show your pride from head to toe. This football season, show up in boots. Find your perfect pair at Tecovas.com or one of our Austin stores on South Congress and at the Domain. Tecovas, forever West.
Need equipment for your next job? Don't settle for the traditional rental experience. With Equipment Share, your rental arrives on time and in top condition, ready to work. From dozers to skid loaders, mini excavators, and even generators, Equipment Share has you covered. Easily reserve your gear, track your machine's performance, and manage everything through our mobile app. With Equipment Share's T3 technology, you'll get control, visibility, and peace of mind. Visit EquipmentShare.com or call 1-888-80-RENTS. Equipment Share. Rental done right.
We continue our look at the starting lineups. The Longhorns are coached by Steve Sarkisian, now in his fifth season as the head coach of the University of Texas. and his 12th season overall as a collegiate head coach, a career coaching mark of 85 wins against 53 losses. The mark at UT is 39-18. Here's the Longhorn offense across the front. Left tackle is Trevor Gooseby, 312-pound sophomore from Melissa. Connor Stroh, the left guard, 341-pound sophomore from Frisco Wakeland. He'll rotate with Neto Omozalu, the 325-pound junior from Allen. The center, Cole Hudson, 308-pound senior from Frisco. The right guard, DJ Campbell, 321-pound senior from Arlington Bowie. The right tackle, Brandon Baker, 308-pound sophomore from Ontario, California. Tight ends, there will be several of them. Jack Endries, 6'4", 236-pound senior transfer from Danville, California. Spencer Shannon, 6'7", 252-pound sophomore from San Clemente, California. Jordan Washington, 6'4", 264-pound redshirt freshman out of Langham Creek in the Houston area. Nick Townsend, 6'3", 241-pound freshman from Decaney in the Houston area. And they'll also get Amari Winston in the lineup as well, 6'1", 237-pound freshman from Calhoun, Georgia. Wide receivers, Ryan Wingo, 6'2", 214-pound sophomore from St. Louis. On the opposite side, Parker Livingston, 6'4", 191-pound redshirt freshman out of Lucas Lovejoy in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Dalen McCutcheon, in all probability, will start in the slot with DeAndre Moore out injured. McCutcheon, the 5'11", 178-pound freshman from Lovejoy. The running backs, C.J. Baxter, 6'1", 227-pound sophomore from Orlando, Florida. Christian Clark, 6', 212-pound redshirt freshman from Phoenix, Arizona, and Jarrett Gibson, 5'10", 206-pound sophomore from Gainesville, Florida. Also keep an eye out for James Simon, a true freshman at 5'11", 205 pounds out of Calvary Baptist in Shreveport, Louisiana. Trey Weisner being held out of today's game as he heals that hamstring. The quarterback is Arch Manning, 6'4", 219-pound sophomore out of Isidore Newman in New Orleans. The minor defense, the down lineman, the ends, Ashad Hall, 235-pound senior transfer from St. Petersburg, Florida, transferred him from South Carolina State. Udoko Izani is a 216-pound senior transfer from Richmond Foster in the Houston area, transferred him from Boise State. Nose tackle is Tyler Scott, 315-pound senior transfer from Jackson, Georgia, and Katie Johnson, a 275-pound senior from Fort Bend Hightower. Linebackers, the middle linebacker and leading tacklers, Micah Davey, 235-pound senior transfer from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, transferred in from McNeese State. Joshua Randolph, a strong side backer, 5'11", 230-pound senior transfer. He's from Montgomery, Alabama, transferred in from Indiana. The corners, Marcel Blocker, 190-pound senior transfer from Miami, transferred in from Florida Memorial. Neil Campbell, 205-pound senior transfer from Chicago, transferred in from Indiana Wesleyan. Strong safety, Sola Barnes, 205-pound senior transfer from New Orleans, Louisiana, transferred in from Fayetteville State, D2. And Xavier Smith, a 6', 195-pound junior from Atlanta, Georgia. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Live from the capital of the great state of Texas, you're listening to Texas Longhorns football from Learfield. Hey, a reminder to tune in to Longhorn Weekly with Coach Sark. Each week I'll sit down with Coach. We'll welcome friends, athletes, and coaches to talk Longhorns. There are new shows airing every Thursday on most of these Longhorn Radio Network affiliates and on the Longhorn Network app throughout the season. You have a question for Coach? You can submit yours at texaslonghorns.com/askcoachsark. Coming up next, Mike Coulter in our Longhorn Radio Network studios with a look at the college football scoreboard when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
In the game of business, information is your playbook. It's the thing that keeps everyone on the same page so that each player has the knowledge they need to perform their role, work together, and give your team a competitive advantage. The trick, of course, is executing that playbook. And that's where Rico comes in. We're a proud sponsor and business technology provider of Texas Athletics, and we're ready to play for your team whenever you want an edge. We love TMI. Hook 'em horns, Rico. Imagine change.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Texas Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
The University of Texas Golf Club, your home in the Hill Country. It's a member experience as big as Texas. Major champions, tour pros, and you can stroll 18 holes. Play the Spieth Lower 40, a fun 6-hole short course. Hit the courts in the biggest indoor tennis facility in Austin. Or host your next event in our pavilion or clubhouse. Next time you're in Austin, stay and play in our casitas. The University of Texas Golf Club, where champions play.
Rooted in orange, Texas Disposal Systems is proud to have been doing business in Austin since 1977. As the preferred sustainability services provider of Texas Athletics, Texas Disposal Systems provides recycling, solid waste, and composting services for Texas Athletics games as well as the Central Texas area and beyond. TDS's commitment to environmental sustainability fuels its desire to partner with others for a more sustainable future. Visit TexasDisposal.com to learn more. Texas Disposal Systems, noticeably different, noticeably better.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios as we welcome you back to the Corona pregame show. It's Texas hosting UTEP today in Austin. Taking a look at this WinStar studio report. First, got to get to an exciting finish that took place in Atlanta. Georgia Tech and Clemson tied at 21 apiece. Yellow Jackets line up without any timeouts left for a potential game-winning 55-yard field goal.
Nichols the holder. Burr is ready. Snap back, set down, booted up. It's got the leg. It's got the chance. It is good! A school record tying 55-yard field goal. And Aiden Burr delivers the dagger that slays the Tigers. Final score, Tech 24, Clemson 21. And the field is getting stormed in Atlanta. A whiteout knockout by Burr, and the Tigers go down.
Andy Demetra on the Georgia Tech Sports Network. Georgia Tech with the upset win over number 12 Clemson, 24-21. SEC action, the early games wrapping up, but the big one this afternoon takes place in Knoxville, Tennessee, with back-to-back touchdown drives to open this one, sandwich a Gunnar Stockton touchdown run. It's Tennessee 14, Georgia 7. Just over 5 minutes into that matchup there in Neyland Stadium. Joey Aguilar already 134 yards through the air and a touchdown pass. He also added a touchdown run in that ball game. Latter stages in Columbia, Missouri. Number 25, Missouri leads Louisiana 52-10. Just over 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter there. 13th ranked Oklahoma wins at Temple 42-3. Number 24, Auburn big over South Alabama 31-15. And number 19, Alabama beats Wisconsin 38-14. Some Texas schools in action in the Big 12. Baylor over Samford 42-7 the final. Baylor now 2-1 on the season. And in the ACC, SMU trailing Missouri State 3-0. Under 7 minutes left in the first quarter of that one, so a tough start for the Mustangs against Missouri State, the FBS newcomer. Again, it's Texas and UTEP coming up on the Corona pregame show next. We hear from Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkisian. That comes your way after this timeout on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark, and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
If you build a relationship, then it becomes easier. If you build trust, it becomes easier. As a parent, you want what's best for your child. To give them the love that a child needs. It's probably the best thing you can do for a teenager.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You say you never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Put your phone on D&D, that means do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D, that means do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Back at Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium here on the Corona pregame show, and it's time for our pregame conversation with Coach Sark. Interested to get your thoughts on how the work week was this week leading up to the game as opposed to coming off the first game, getting ready for the first one.
Yeah, this was a really physical week. We really challenged not only our frontline guys, but we challenged our 2s and our 3s. And so when you looked at the scout work and you look at a lot of those guys who were chomping at the bit to get on the field, I thought the physicality and the competitiveness in practice was as high as we've been all year, that these guys are working, trying to get better. They're challenging the offense and the defense, and they're trying to earn their way. And we've got a lot of really quality players on those teams that made practice difficult, which is good. We need that this time of year.
Is that one of those things that you and the staff monitor pretty closely? You want them to be physical, you want them to be aggressive, and that goes into the whole thing about the eradicating the penalty problem, but also understanding and playing smart football when they get on the field, yet not lose the aggressiveness.
Well, I think that's the key, right? There's that fine line of not blocking a guy in the back, not holding a guy on punt return, not hitting the quarterback late, not roughing the punter. And those things are controllable, right? We can control those things. There's going to be some aggression type plays that can happen here and there, but we got to minimize some of the self-inflicted wounds that we can control.
And the other thing is, when you're on the field being physical during the week in practice, that's something you and the coaching staff are monitoring. You don't want guys on the ground, stuff like that.
Well, no, we definitely don't want on the ground, but we're trying to get guys ready to play. And the best way to get them to ready to play is practice hard. We have a saying, if you want to play hard, you can't practice soft. And so you got to practice hard, and then we got to learn how to practice, which I think we do a really good job of that. Our coaches do a great job of keeping guys off the ground. But there's got to be a level of physicality at the point of attack in the run game. There's got to be a level of physicality on the perimeter with some of the perimeter screens and things, so that a receiver can learn what it feels like to block a guy that's really trying to beat me, as opposed to just standing there as a statue, and then all of a sudden in the game he tries to beat you and then you hold him. So we got to put them in game-like situations so that we can perform a little better when the moment calls for it.
You get asked a lot about your quote-unquote young receivers and them being on the field, but I know you've been pleased with what you see, not just Parker, but some of the other guys with what they're doing as you get them to try to refine what their blocking assignments and things like that are.
Well, without question, I think our young receiving cores and our young tight end, all those guys require a lot of them, not only of them catching the ball, but blocking on the perimeter. And so, when you look at some of these young fellas that are going to play today, we want to see them be able to execute all of the offense. It's not about just running routes and catching balls, but can they line up properly? Can they block well? Can they play with great effort? And those are the types of things you want to continue to see out of a Nick Townsend and Amari Winston and Jordan Washington, or Dalen McCutcheon and Aaron Butler, Khalil Lockett, those types of guys who hopefully can get some more opportunities today.
I lost count last week. Did you play 5 tight ends, 6? And will you play that many again today?
We played 5 last week, and we'll play 5 again today. I'm hopeful to play 5 in the first half. I think this is a uniqueness that we have on our team right now, where we can get multiple personnel groupings on the field. find a niche for the things that these guys do well and try to put them in position to have some success and gain some confidence.
How about your running game with being a little bit limited because of the injuries, with what you want to see out of the guys who are available today?
Yeah, I think as always we want to continue to see the growth in C4 in Cedric. I think he's close. We saw a couple runs spit last week. I think he's ready to go to the next level with that. Again, Christian Clark getting his first real opportunities last week, seen him run a little bit more disciplined where runs are supposed to hit. Obviously, Jarek, he's playing well. We got to hold on to the ball, and hopefully we can see James Simon today as well. I think he's a young, talented player.
Let me get your thoughts on UTEP, what you're seeing from them. A lot of hits, a lot of tackles, a lot of TFLs for the Miners.
Very aggressive mindset. I think Coach Walden does a great job. They're an up-tempo offense. They attack you with multiple formations, unbalanced formations, trick plays, and so they challenge you that way. Defensively, very attacking style. I think they lead the country in TFLs and sacks with 10.5 sacks. So the line of scrimmage is going to be very important today. They're going to challenge our offensive line, but we got to use some of their aggression to our advantage. And we got to find some voids in this defense and create some explosive plays.
I realize this isn't something you have much control over, but in a perfect world, as you continue to evaluate, would you like to see your return game being more engaged today, Apollo?
I really would. Obviously, you don't want too many kickoff returns because that means they're scoring, right? So I don't mind not having too many kickoff returns. But in the punt return game, obviously we got to get some returnable punts, and you may only get one today. But if we get that one, we got to do a great job of blocking on the perimeter with our corners. We got to do a great job of holding up without holding at the line of scrimmage, and give Ryan or Dalen McCutcheon an opportunity to get a return or two today.
Final thing, key is the ball?
Well, the ball is always the key, but I think for us there's a standard and a level of consistency we want to play with today. And I think we all can agree 12 penalties isn't going to cut it when we get into SEC play. It's not a recipe for success, and so I like to see that number come down. I don't expect us to be perfect today, but I definitely want to see growth and improvement.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Thanks, Craig. Hook 'em. See you.
That is Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkisian. Coming up, we have the kickoff of today's game, the Texas Longhorns against the UTEP Miners, when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Longhorns men's basketball is headed to Maui this November, and Texas Farm Bureau Insurance is sending along 2 lucky fans to Hawaii. Register free for the tropical tip-off at texaslonghorns.com/Maui for your chance to win airfare, hotel, game tickets, and $500 cash to spend November 24th and 25th with the Longhorns in Maui or other great prizes. Registration closes on November 9th, so visit texaslonghorns.com/Maui today. And good luck from Texas Farm Bureau Insurance.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas Athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
the best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
When faced with a disaster, the Cotton companies never drop the ball. As the trusted recovery partner of global businesses, Cotton is proud to provide property restoration, construction, roofing, temporary housing, culinary, and environmental support services. We're also back to battle for the long-standing Texas rivalry as official sponsor of Texas Athletics and the official sponsor of the Lone Star Showdown. One call, one team. Total recovery. Learn more at cottoncompanies.com.
Longhorn football is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Cotton, one call, one team. Total recovery. By SeatGeek. Buy and sell tickets to Longhorn games on SeatGeek, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Texas Longhorns. St. David's, an official healthcare provider of Texas Athletics. here's the voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way.
From Darrell K. Royal, Texas Memorial Stadium, game number 3 of the 2025 college football season for the Texas Longhorns. They take on the UTEP Miners. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Craig Way alongside Roger Wallace. Will Matthews down on the sidelines, and our Longhorn Radio Network broadcast crew from Learfield, our engineer Greg Klingensmith, our spotter Cameron Parker, our statistician Steve Leach, Jason Way with production assistants down on the sidelines with the parabolic microphone. Both teams 1-1 coming into today's game. Today's captains for Texas, linebacker Leonga Lafau, also defensive lineman Hero Canoe, offensive lineman DJ Campbell, and wide receiver Parker Livingston. Let's go down for the toss of the coin. The referee of this Southeastern Conference crew today is Lee Hedrick. We can tell by the body language, even though the microphones were not on.
UTEP has won the toss, and they will defer their decision until the second half.
And that's what it is. So, 3-point toss is none of that should call the Longhorns' way. Let's talk about some of the keys to the game, Raj.
Well, Texas is going to have the ball first. Offensive, find a little bit of rhythm, find consistency, continue the big plays, but I want to see some drives, some long drives, get some other guys involved, a guy like Ryan Wingo, and let's see Arch Manning continue to progress.
Well, when UTEP has the ball, Longhorns will be zeroing in on Malachi Nelson defensively, but again, staying away from the penalty certainly is important. What about you, Will Matthews?
You know, the Longhorns today have got to let the game come to them. No matter who that is, Colin Simmons, Arch Manning, whoever, they've got to slow their brain down, focus up, and be able to let the game come to them. Play inside of their ability. As things happen, take advantage.
Want to remind you can listen to all things college sports, including live games and talk on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84, and streaming on the SiriusXM app. UTEP road uniforms, bright orange helmets. They have the players' individual numbers in white on one side of the helmet. They have UTEP, the UTEP logo with the pickaxe on the other side of the helmet in white, and a bright orange helmet. They have a white and blue triple stripe on the top of the helmet. White jersey tops with orange and blue stripes on the sleeves. They have dark blue numerals outlined in bright orange on those white jerseys and white pants and white shoes. Longhorns, the traditional home uniform. White helmet with a burnt orange Longhorn on the side. Burnt orange jersey tops with Texas emblazoned in white block print capital lettering across the front. A white numeral beneath it. The player's name is spelled out in white block print capital lettering on the back of those burnt orange jerseys. And a large white numeral gracing the back of the home. Burnt orange jersey tops, white trousers, white socks, white shoes. Kicking it off for the UTEP Miners will be Noah Botsford. He's a junior transfer from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Transferred in from Valdosta State. Back deep to receive it for the Longhorns. They have Ryan Niblett and C.J. Baxter. Longhorns will move from our left to our right here in the first half as you picture it in your mind's eye across your radio dial. From north to south, left to right, UTEP from right to left. Today's kickoff is brought to you by Lucchese, the official boot of the Texas Longhorns. Noah Botsford approaching the ball. We're happy you joined us. We're underway, and that kickoff will be fielded right at the goal line, and Niblett will bring it out. Out over the 10, sidesteps the tackler to the 20, bangs forward to the 22-yard line, and that's where Texas will start offensively. Arch Manning, 6'4", 219-pound sophomore out of Isidore Newman in New Orleans, has completed 36 of 60 passes for 465 yards, 5 touchdowns, completing 60% of his passes with a couple interceptions. Also was carried it 14 times for 61 yards, including a 20-yard touchdown run last week. He's averaging 4.5 yards per carry. C.J. Baxter starts at running back. He's carried it 23 times for 104 yards. Leading receivers, Parker Livingstone, 6 catches, 175 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Ball is near the left hash mark as the Longhorns move left to right here in quarter number 1. Out of the shotgun, Baxter offset to the right side of Manning. 2 receivers out wide right for Texas, and the first offensive play of the game is a handoff to Baxter up the middle, out over the 25 to the 27-yard line. That's a pickup. They may give him a total of 6 to the 27-yard line. Udoka Izami made the tackle for UTEP.
UTEP's done a nice job against the run, just 101 yards allowed per the 2 ball games they played.
Before they can get going, the officials stop play.
Oh, man, C.J. Baxter is hobbling off.
He is. Got up and is hobbling off.
Was injured prior to the ball being spotted. It's second down.
It is second down, and now Christian Clark will check in. 6 foot, 212-pound redshirt freshman from Phoenix, Arizona. You hope that's nothing more than maybe a turn of an ankle or something, but Clark becomes the running back now, offset to the right side of Arch Manning on second down and 4 from the Texas 27-yard line. So on second down, Manning, shotgun snap, looks for his first pass, swings it out right side, ball caught, 30, 35, out to the 40, and still on his feet is Christian Clark. He'll have a first down out over the 45-yard line and still spinning forward all the way to midfield. Just kept spinning forward off of would-be tacklers. Xavier Smith finally wrapped him up. That's a catch and run of 23 yards.
Well, they just flooded that right side. 2 tight ends and Parker Livingston. They also were able to block downfield, and Christian Clark does a nice job running after the catch.
Longhorns will send an extra tight end in the ball game. That's Jordan Washington. He's in, and Ryan Niblett checks in at receiver. First down and 10, Texas. The ball at midfield. Opening drive. Third play from scrimmage. And on first down off the right hash mark at the midfield stripe, it is a handoff. And then banging forward is Clark for just a yard to the UTEP 49-yard line. Stacked up at the 49 after the 1-yard carry. It'll bring up second down and 9 for Texas at the UTEP 49-yard line. And the tackle for the Miners made by Ashton Coker, a sophomore from Katy Taylor in the Houston area. Actually, it's closer to 2 yards on the carry. It's inside the 49. Jarrett Gibson now in at running back. And under center, Manning to take the snap. Second down and a long 8 for Texas. And it's a handoff to Gibson. Bounces to a couple of would-be tacklers and is up to the 46-yard line of UTEP. Gain of a couple. Brought down there to bring up third down. Cooper and Micah Davey team up on the tackle for the Miners.
Another area where Texas needs to improve drastically through 2 games, just 35% on third down.
Jack Hendry's back in at tight end. Ryan Niblett back in at receiver. And Christian Clark back in at running back. It is third down for the Longhorns. And on third down, handoff Clark sweeping up there, but his feet went out from under and slips and falls just inside the 45-yard line. Ashad Hall will be credited with the tackle as Clark tried to turn it to cut it upfield, slipped and fell. It's at the 44. The Longhorns, it's 44 and a half. Longhorns will need about 4.5 yards for the first down, and they may go for it here. Looks like they will. On fourth down, and a little over 4 yards needed for the first. Manning from the shotgun. Clark offset to his right. And a timeout's going to be called by UTEP. They weren't set defensively because I don't think they were expecting Texas to take a timeout. To your point, Roger, about the Longhorns' percentages on third down, Sark made a good point of it on Longhorn Weekly this past week, saying, you know what, the average is like 3rd and 9 right now. He said, we got to cut that down on first and second down to make those third downs more manageable.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Third down, they can look a lot different. Last week, I think they were at over 10 yards per third down attempt. So that's asking a lot of your offense against anybody.
They'll go for it on fourth down after the timeout with 11:59 to go in a scoreless first quarter here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
Adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a teen, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age, everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This message is for Shauna, my mom who just finished her high school diploma. I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You told me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
UTEP took the timeout before the Longhorns were lining up to go for it on 4th down and a long tornado in the first. First scrimmage play of the game saw C.J. Baxter have a 6-yard carry, but then he hobbled off the field. Will Matthews, anything you can discern from C.J. running off the field?
You know, I really couldn't. As he walked off the field, it was a bit of a limp, so we do know it may be something to do with the legs. The training staff were with him, walked him over to the medical tent. He is now in the medical tent. With him being the most experienced back, wishing him the best, and now we got to see what they can do on the ground without him.
All right, out of the timeout, Longhorns line up to go for it on 4th down and nearly 5 full yards needed for the first. The ball is just inside the UTEP 45-yard line. Wide right, Parker Livingstone, and a slot right, Ryan Niblett. On the short side of the field, split left, is Ryan Wingo. The tight end, Jack Endries, lines up offset in the H-back roll on the left side of the formation. Longhorns go for it on 4th down and nearly 5 needed for the first. Manning out of the shotgun. Now look to the side for the check with me call. Back in formation and ready to take the snap on 4th down. Blitz look from UTEP. The snap is back to Manning. Arch looks, tucks, looks, fires across the middle and missed Ryan Wingo. He threw behind him. Had him open, could not connect, and the ball will go over on downs to UTEP.
Arch was able to step up in the pocket, thought he might tuck it away and try to run for the first down. He saw Ryan Wingo, but yeah, Wingo found a seam. Arch was rolling left, throwing back to his right, and like you said, just behind Wingo.
So UTEP has its first offensive possession. Malachi Nelson is the minor quarterback, 6'3", 190-pound sophomore transfer from Los Alamitos, California. He's completed 36 of 60 passes for 456 yards and 5 touchdowns. Hashawn Wilson's a leading ground gainer as he has carried it for 117 yards. Nelson will go from an empty set to take the first snap from center. With 5 wide receivers, now we'll shift the running back Ashton Emery into the backfield, and on 1st down, back to throw. Pass goes over the right, and it is caught just short of the first down. Catch was made out on the right wing. Pickup of 9 on the play by the tight end, Judah Azinwa. 2nd down, and a yard to go for the first down. Nelson out of the shotgun in a wing left formation. Has the snap, turns, and hands it off, and not getting the first down was Ashton Emery. Longhorns were all around him. Rod Watson, the first guy to hit him. No gain on the play, and now it's 3rd and a yard needed for the first down for UTEP.
UTEP much more manageable 3rd down there at about 32% on the season.
3rd down and a long yard to go needed for the first. Longhorns switch out defensive personnel as we get Ty Anthony Smith and Trey Moore out there in linebacker roles. The lineup in a tight set under center, handoff, 3rd down, and it's not enough. It's close, but not enough. Emery crashing forward. Longhorns had several burnt orange jerseys led by Leonga Lafau. Now it's 4th down and less than 1. Really about a 1.5 feet needed, and UTEP is going to line up to go for it. 4th down. Miners huddle right near the line of scrimmage. In a bunch formation. Now under center is Malachi Nelson on 4th down, turns, hands off. It's not enough. It went to Emery, and he stopped short of the first down. Trey Moore hit him first. The Longhorns return the favor of getting a 4th down stop, and they'll take over at the Texas 46.
Yeah, they brought in the heavy package for UTEP, but they never had a chance to get a block. Longhorns got such a good push. There was just no way for Emery to have a chance at a first down.
1st down and 10 for Texas. The ball is at the Longhorn 46-yard line. Moore helped out by Anthony Hill, and they make the tackle. 10:22 to go in a scoreless first quarter. 2nd possession for the Longhorns. And Jarrett Gibson will check in at running back for the Longhorns. Ryan Wingo on the short side of the field is split left. Wide right, Parker Livingston. Tight ends in the ball game include Jack Endries. Gibson lines up in the pistol behind Manning. from the left hash mark of the Texas 46-yard line. On first down and 10, Manning motions Livingston to the formation. Off play action. Arch looking to throw. Sets up, lines up, down across the middle, and he connects with Livingston. Parker inside the 32 down to the 31-yard line goes Livingston. They may even give him the 30. Justin Content and Code Low on the tackle, but it's a first down for the Longhorns as they pick up the first down at the UTEP 31-yard line. It's a gain of 23.
Hey, like that throw from Arch Manning, just threw a dart. Parker Livingston with a great route there, that dig route. You got to give him respect after what he's done the last couple of ball games and came back for it, and Arch put a strike on it.
Nick Townsend lines up in the slot as the tight end. Dalen McCutcheon in as one wide receiver. Townsend shifts in motion. First down handoff, sweeping to the right side. Gibson inside the 30. Jared Gibson, 25, lowers the shoulder to the 23-yard line, maybe the 22, before he's wrapped up finally. A tackle made by Xavier Smith. But that's a gain of 9, and it's second down and 1. Ball was at the UTEP 22-yard line.
Good hard running by Gibson. Parker Livingston did a nice job. Sometimes it's what they don't do. He did not commit a block in the back. He was close to it.
Gibson offset to the left side of Manning, draws the carry again on second down. In some trouble, however. He did not pick up the first down. No gain on the play. Met right at the line of scrimmage by Micah Davey. He's the leading tackler for the Miners. And it brings up third down and 1 for the Longhorns. On third down, Spencer Shannon checks in at tight end along with Jack Endries. Longhorns will rotate the tight ends like you heard Sark in the pregame say. We'll go with 5 in the first half, and they've already used 4. Now, third down, the lineup in the pistol. With Gibson behind Manning. Arch with the snap, turns, hands off. Jared Gibson lowers the shoulder. He's not going to get it. Need the 21-yard line, and he's brought down at the 22 by Neil Campbell, and it brings up fourth down. Gibson picked up 9 on first down, but back-to-back carries for no gain on the play. He checks out now, and on fourth down, Niblett is in, and also Christian Clark is in. So it's 4th and a yard at the UTEP 22-yard line. The Longhorns will go for it on fourth down again. Manning, a double wing set on fourth down. Arch with it, turns, hands it to Gibson up the middle, and he has the first down. He lined up, offset to the right as a wingback with the deep back Christian Clark, but the handoff went to Gibson, and Jarrett picks up 7 yards and a first down at the UTEP 15.
First fourth down conversion since that opening drive against Ohio State.
First and 10 Texas at the UTEP 15-yard line. 7:38 with a rolling clock here in the first quarter and no score. Second offensive possession for the Longhorns. Near the right hash mark. On first down and 10 at the Miner 15. Manning from the gun, has the snap, looks left, waggle of the shoulders, double move, swings to the left, still looking, pressure coming, sidesteps a tackler, tucks it in, down to the 10. And after looking downfield and seeing receivers covered, Arch Manning manages to turn that into a 7-yard gain down to the Miner 8-yard line.
Boy, he gave himself and his receivers every chance to get open. 1 time, 2 times, gets away, still thinking about a pass, and finally
takes the snap from under center and hands off now. Christian Clark to the 10, to the 5. Clark just shy of the goal line. He almost got in. It'll be first and goal, Texas, inside the 2. Jared Gibson will check back in. Spencer Shannon and Nick Townsend check in as tight ends. First and goal, Longhorns inside the UTEP 1-yard line. Ball on the right hash. Jared Gibson lines up along with James Simon, who's in the backfield. Lines up as a fullback in an I set. First and goal, handoff, Gibson. A flag goes down, and so too does Gibson. Stopped at the line of scrimmage by Neil Campbell. So we'll check the flag on this. Lee Hedrick is our referee of this SEC crew this afternoon. Here's the call. Well, it's an offside call, so it'll be half the distance. It'll go inside, and it'll be first and goal inside the 1. First and goal, Texas. Inside the UTEP 1-yard line. The lineup in the I. Manning under center on first and goal. He has James Simon behind him. It's a handoff. Jared Gibson, and he's hit at the line and driven back. That'll be a loss of a yard. Penetration by that defensive front. K.D. Johnson made the stop for UTEP.
Now, we talked about it. 23 tackles for a loss through 2 ball games for this Miner defense.
2nd down and goal to go. This is marked back to the 3, so it's a 2-yard loss, back to the 3-yard line. On 2nd down and goal for Texas, the ball at the UTEP 3-yard line. Jared Gibson offset to the left side of Arch Manning. 2 receivers wide left. Manning out of the shotgun. Sends a receiver in motion. That's Ryan Wingo. Has the snap, turns, looks to throw, pumps, pressure coming, scrambles right, throws for the end zone. Off the hands of Wingo with a flag coming in. This is going to be pass interference or holding. In any event, it'll be 1st and goal reset at the 2. Jaden Wilson, the linebacker, grabbed Ryan Wingo. So they'll reset the marker. It'll be 1st and goal at the 2 after the call from our referee, Lee Hedrick. Still conferring with his fellow officials.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both by the defense. Holding on the defense, number 10. That penalty will be accepted. Pass interference on the defense, number 12. That penalty will be declined. 1st down.
And the reason why they take the holding penalty is it moves half the distance to the goal line. Pass interference, it would be reset at the 2. So you pick up a half a yard. 1st and goal, Texas, inside the UTEP 2-yard line. Jared Gibson, the deep back. Arch Manning to take the snap from under center. Off the right hash. Manning, long counts, and UTEP racing down the field to get a timeout called. So the Miners will take another timeout here. That's their 2nd timeout called. Exactly 5.5 minutes remaining in the 1st half. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Live from Austin, you're listening to Texas Longhorns football from Learfield. Texas nothing, UTEP nothing. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
As an SEC fan, you know what extra is about. You see it every time your team leaves everything they've got out on the field. That's what a Regions Greenprint planning session with your banker feels like. Extra support, extra belief in you, and strategies that bring you extra financial confidence. We believe extra changes everything, and at Regions, extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
St. David's Healthcare, an official healthcare provider of Texas athletics. The best is here. Longhorns with it, 5:30 to go here in the 1st quarter. They've got a 1st and goal at the 2-yard line, more like the 1.5. They've run 8 plays on this drive after the 4th down stop for 50 yards. 4 of them, though, no gain on running plays. So Texas has come up with some good running yardage, but also having trouble in the short yardage situation, which is what they're up against right now. If it weren't for those penalties, it would be 3rd and goal, but 2 UTEP penalties. One might have affected Ryan Wingo's ability to catch that ball in the end zone.
So, out of that 2nd UTEP timeout, Longhorns will have it. 1st down, goal to go. Texas with the ball inside the UTEP 2-yard line. Jared Gibson will line up in the pistol behind Arch Manning. Ball on the right hash. On 1st and goal. Manning, a clap of the hands, has the snap, hands to Gibson, pulls it back in, and he'll jog it in the end zone for a touchdown. Manning put it in the belly of Gibson, pulled it right out, and rolled around the right side to trot in for the game's 1st score.
Now UTEP loaded up on the line of scrimmage, mentioned the 4 plays for no gain. So what do? You use that pursuit and that aggression against him, and Arch with a nice ball fake there for his second rushing touchdown.
Amari Winston becomes the 5th tight end to see action in the ball game, and he laid a block out front for Arch to put it in to the end zone. On for the conversion, Mason Shipley, 6 foot, 187-pound senior transfer from Liberty Hill, transferred in from Texas State. A perfect 6 for 6 on point after tries. Out of the hold of the punter Jack Bomeester. The snap from Lance St. Louis, and the kick is good. I want to remind you that for 20 years, Allstate has featured its good hands net behind the goalpost at all Texas home games. Allstate contributes to the university's athletic scholarship funds for every field goal and extra point made by Texas. Thank you, Allstate. Longhorns, their second possession. They march it down the field. They score, and they have the lead. 5:26 remaining in the first quarter. It's Texas 7, UTEP nothing on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Today's game is presented by the South Texas Ford dealers. Longhorns march at 53 yards in 9 plays, take 4:56 off the clock. It's Arch Manning scoring his second rushing touchdown of the season. A little 2-yard cruise around the right side to get it in the end zone.
Yeah, Arch has still been in on every touchdown this season for the Longhorns. Kind of a mixed bag with the running game. We saw Jared Gibson, a couple of nice runs, Christian Clark as well, but you got to get that short yardage figured out. They had to go to that little fake and Arch keeper there to get it into the end zone.
So, it'll be Texas kicking off, left to right, from north to south. And I believe we're going to see Mason Shipley kick off instead of Will Stone. So Shipley will kick it off for the Longhorns. Jet Thompson back deep to receive it for UTEP. So Shipley will kick it off for Texas here. His kick is going to be fielded at the 3-yard line by Thompson. Brings it out over the 10 to the 15, and they put a knee down. So it's going to be down at the 3-yard line. That wasn't a touchback. It wasn't a fair catch. He just put down the knee. And so UTEP will have to start from its own 3-yard line.
Yeah, thought he might call the fair catch, and that right knee just dragged on the turf. So now UTEP in a big hole.
Along the defensive front for Texas, Ethan Burke, one defensive end spot. And Colin Simmons on the other end. The tackles, Cole Brevard and Murad Watson for Texas. Anthony Hill at linebacker for the Longhorns, along with Leonga Lafau. Longhorns will have the star back being Michael Taft. Grayson Littleton out there. The corners, Malik Muhammad and Jalen Gilbo. And Jelani McDonald at the other safety for Texas, and UTEP has exhausted its 3 timeouts in the first 9 minutes and 34 seconds of the football game. They just took another timeout, their last of the first half.
Well, unusual coming out of a change of possession right there.
So UTEP having to use its final timeout here.
I think that was just to stop the play clock because they took that 30-second timeout.
Remaining from the half. Please reset the play clock to 25 seconds. Start on my signal.
All right, they'll reset the play clock. But UTEP will have it first down. Ball is at the minor 3-yard line. Out of his own end zone, Malachi Nelson to take the snap. Does, turns, hands off, and pounding for maybe 2 yards. Out just shy of the 5-yard line was Ashton Emery. He's brought down by Jelani McDonald. Second down and a long 8 needed for the first. Now on second down from the left hash mark, moving from south to north, from right to left here in quarter number 1. Clock under 5 minutes remaining in the quarter. 3 receivers out wide right for the Miners on second down. Nelson out of the shotgun, has the snap, and he looks to throw. Swings it out to the right side. Ball is caught, and then out over the 10-yard line, the catch and run by Kenny Odom. So he's able to pick up 5 on the play. Michael Taft ran him out of bounds, and it'll bring up third down and 3 for UTEP. Ball will be on the right hash mark for the Miners. UTEP will line up with Kenny Odom going in motion back over to the left side. Longhorns make substitutions to bring in Travis Shaw, the senior transfer from Greensboro, North Carolina, who transferred in for the University of North Carolina. He'll check in along the defensive front for Texas. Third down and 3 for UTEP. The ball on the minor 10-yard line. Nelson from the shotgun has the snap, turns, and breaking free with a handoff, and enough for the first down. Boy, just barely enough was Ashton Emery. It looked like he was going to have clear sailing, and then all of a sudden he was stacked up. Jelani McDonald held on, but it was enough to move the chains for a first down for UTEP.
Yeah, they brought Anthony Hill on a blitz, but he went to the left of the center, and Emery was able to squirt to the other side.
Inside 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Texas leading 7-0. Grayson Littleton checks back in the secondary. Travis Shaw checks out. Trey Moore comes off the field. Anthony Hill back out there at linebacker for Texas. Well, first down and 10 from the minor 13-yard line. Malachi Nelson has the snap, looks to throw with some time. Now pressure coming. Swings it out to the right side behind the line of scrimmage, and dropped for a loss was Ashton Emery. Longhorn strung it out well, and Jelani McDonald right there to bring him down for a loss of a yard.
Yeah, Texas matched the numbers. They even overmatched them on that short side of the field there. Nowhere to go.
Ball is at the 12-yard line, and it is second down and 11 for UTEP. Wide left is Eric Willis, and a slot left is Jet Thompson. A short side blitz pick like Kenny Odom. 3 wide out set on second down and 12. Nelson has it, turns, hands off again, and this is going nowhere. Ethan Burke was just jumping all over Ashton Emery. Met him at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play, and it's third down and 11 for UTEP.
Yeah, LaVon Johnson also plugging that middle of the defensive line. Now you got another third and long.
LaVon Johnson, the junior transfer from Allentown, Pennsylvania, all 310 pounds on it. Third down, scrambling to the right side. Nelson looking to throw downfield. That's going to be out of bounds and incomplete. Pressure coming. Hero Canoe pushing that pocket and forcing Nelson to throw the ball away. And so the Miners do pick up 1 first down to get it out of the shadow of their goalpost, but they will have to punt. Ryan Niblett going back to receive it, and Noah Botsford, who handled that opening kickoff, will punt. He is averaging nearly 49 yards per punt. So Botsford to punt. Niblett awaiting the kick, standing back around the Texas 45-yard line. Botsford about 3 yards deep in his end zone to take the snap. Has it. And to kick his ways, the Longhorns set up for the return. It's a good punt. Niblett running under it on the run at the 47-yard line. Turns outside of midfield. Inside to the 45 to the 30. Ryan Niblett still on his feet all the way down to the 31-yard line. Niblett fielded it on the run at the Texas 47-yard line. Full head of steam, and returns it to the UTEP 31-yard line. A 42-yard punt, a 23-yard return.
Yeah, low punt though, so Niblett had a chance to run up on it and had some momentum going, and that's what you and Sark were talking about, right? Return game, not on kickoffs, but in that punt game.
Yeah, there's one right there. 1st down and 10 for Texas. Jared Gibson will be the running back. Parker Livingston tight to the formation on the open side of the field to the left. Niblett lines up as a receiver on the short side to the right. And Jack Endries is the tight end, line up in the H-back spot on the left. On 1st down, Niblett goes in motion, and it's a flip on a speed sweep to Wingo, but he's in trouble and spilled out. They just haven't been able to get that play really going full tilt this season. They had one nice run with it against Ohio State, but this time Wingo was spilled for a loss of 2 by Justin Content, a sophomore from Houston, Georgia.
Well, he's able to avoid the block from Niblett, but he did his job in 2 ways. First, he forced Wingo to cut it up, and then he went ahead and made the tackle as well.
It is 2nd down and 12. The ball is back at the UTEP 33-yard line. Manning to take the snap from under center, turns and hands off to Jarrett Gibson, pounds forward, retrieves the 2 yards lost on 1st down. And it's going to be 3rd down and 10 coming up. Lance Russell, the spur back, a senior from Riverside, California, made the tackle. Now on 3rd down, Jack Endries back in the ball game. Christian Clark will check in at running back. Parker Livingston is wide right, and a slot right is Dalen McCutcheon. The short side of the field, they flex out the tight end Endries and put Ryan Wingo in a slot on that short side of the field to the left. Ball near the left hash. 3rd down and 10 for the Longhorns. Shotgun snap, back to Manning. Looks, pressure coming. Swings it out. Open to make the catch at the 30. Turn it down to the 25. Breaking a tackle down to the 22-yard line. And that'll be a 1st down, or excuse me, short of the 1st down. But a nice catch and run by Christian Clark before Jaden Wilson can bring him down. It picked up 9, and it brings up 4th, and really just less than 1 yard needed for the 1st. So obviously the Longhorns are going to go for it.
Yeah, that yards after catch and contact made Sark's decision easy. It was going to be 4th and about 5.
So Amari Winston checks in as an extra tight end. Longhorns will line up to go for it. They have 3 receivers bunched to the right. The lineup in the pistol, 4th down, less than a yard needed. Manning turns, hands off, straight ahead Gibson. He has the 1st down. So he just plowed forward inside the 20. That'll move the chains. Shad Hall made the tackle. Longhorns getting comfortable. We're going for it on 4th down. It's down to the 18-yard line to pick up a 4 yards. That'll do it for the 1st quarter. Into the 1st quarter from here in Austin with a score of the Texas Longhorns 7, the UTEP Miners nothing. Quarter number 2 coming up when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
This week on Sports News, football's newest star ain't no rookie, it's DirecTV. They make it easy to find your pro and college teams across live TV and streaming apps so you never miss a moment. And with access to your game stats and scores in one place, it's good. It's DirecTV like you've never seen it. Visit DirecTV.com today. DirecTV is a proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Internet-connected Gemini device and separate subscriptions required. New residential customers auto-renews monthly. Cancel anytime. Equipment lease required. Unreturned device fees apply. Credit card and restrictions apply.
Hey Longhorns, when you bring Hellman's creamy buffalo chicken dip to the watch party, you can be a couch coach, cheer too loud, or worse, bring a friend who knows nothing about football.
How do they get the yellow line to move on the field?
Because when you do dip with Hellman's, you can do no wrong. That's a Hail Mayo. Hellman's, official mayonnaise sponsor of Texas Athletics. Bring out the best.
When faced with a disaster, the Cotton companies never drop the ball. As the trusted recovery partner of global businesses, Cotton is proud to provide property restoration, construction, roofing, temporary housing, culinary and environmental support services. We're also back to battle for the long-standing Texas rivalry as official sponsor of Texas Athletics and the official sponsor of the Lone Star Showdown. One call, one team. Total recovery. Learn more at cottoncompanies.com.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios as we look back at the 1st quarter. Texas got the football to open the game, and we get down to the UTEP 44-yard line, highlighted by a 23-yard completion from Arch Manning to Christian Clark. However, on 4th down and 4, Texas went for it. The pass was incomplete, and a turnover on downs gave it to UTEP. UTEP will get a 9-yard completion on 1st down. However, 3 straight runs got nothing. An incompletion on 4th down turned it right back over to Texas, who went to work. Manning found Parker Livingston
Gibson for 22 yards down to the 31-yard line. Jarrett Gibson, a 9-yard run. And then 4th down and short at the 22. Gibson gained 7 to get it down to the 15. Manning for 7. Clark for 7 more. Got it to the 1 before Manning ran it in from a yard out. 7-0 Texas. 9 plays, 53 yards, 4 minutes and 56 seconds off the clock. UTEP started at their own 3 on their ensuing possession. They inadvertently took a knee on a kickoff return. Would get 1 first down and then would have to punt it away. And Texas now, after a 23-yard punt return from Ryan Niblett down to the 31-yard line. Gibson again moved the chains on 4th and short, giving the Longhorns a fresh set of downs as we begin the second quarter of play. Let's send it back inside DKR Texas Memorial Stadium with Craig, Roger, and Will. Gentlemen.
Right. Thanks very much. We appreciate that, Mike. Hey, if you're on the go and you want to stay connected to live college sports anywhere in the country, download the free Varsity Network app. It's available on Apple and Android with new features this season. It's easier than ever to listen live and keep up with your favorite teams. Don't miss a moment. Get the Varsity Network app now. Will Matthews, how about your impressions of quarter number 1 of this one?
You know, really impressed with quarter number 1. It seemed as if the guys were able to let the game come to them. And just the way that Arch was rolling around the side, they bunched up in the middle. Jared Gibson, Christian Clark have been getting the ball quite a bit, being stuffed, and he was able to get around. That just shows me, as well as the defense, jumping in and being able to take up the slack. Let's see what the guys can do right now.
Longhorns will have 1st and 10 at the UTEP 18 to start quarter number 2. Arch Manning with a snap, turns, hands it off to Jared Gibson, trying to bounce his way inside, and does, inside the 15-yard line. That's where they'll mark him, at the 15. It's a gain of 3, 2nd down and 7. Longhorns moving right to left here in quarter number 2, from south to north under bright, sunny, light, warm conditions here in Austin. Well, the temperature right now is 91 degrees. On 2nd down and 7. The lineup, Dalen McCutcheon tight to the formation. To the left, Ryan Wingo to the right. 2nd down, shotgun snap. Manning swings it out to Jack Endries, the tight end, with a catch. Endries steps out of bounds at the 10. And so he'll be 1 yard or 2 yards shy of the first down. Marcel Blocker forced him out, and it brings up 3rd down and 2.
Yeah, a little bobble there. Endries was frustrated. If he catches it clean, might have a chance to turn it up and get the first down.
And it would be the first 3rd down conversion since the Longhorns are 0 for 3 in that department, but they converted 2 4th downs coming off missed 3rd down opportunities. 3rd down and 2 for Texas at the UTEP 8-yard line. Wide left, Dalen McCutcheon. Slots left, Ryan Wingo and Jack Endries. Shotgun snap, Manning flings it out left side for Wingo. It's just beyond Ryan's reach and incomplete, and it brings up 4th down and 2.
Yeah, he had him.
Wings checks out. Ryan Wingo is wide left. Parker Livingston in the slot left. Ball on the right hash. The lineup in the pistol. Christian Clark now flexes out of it to the left side of Arch Manning. 4th down and 2 at the UTEP 10-yard line. Manning looking over the defense. Arch barks out the signals. Has the snap. Rolls to his left. Looks to throw. Pressure coming. Has to do something. Reverses his field. Back to the right. Still looking. Retreating. Back to the 20. Fires for the end zone. Intercepted. In the end zone, there's a flag down. The ball was picked off in the end zone by Xavier Smith, the free safety, but we'll check the flag.
Yeah, 2 flags. Another one on the Texas sideline, about the 8-yard line.
Well, the officials will sort this out.
An eligible player downfield. The offense number 73. That penalty is declined. 1st down UTEP.
Well, I would imagine that both flags were thrown for the same infraction as Brandon Baker was downfield, but it's hard to blame Brandon for that because that play took a long time. So, Arch Manning's 3rd interception of the season. We'll give it to UTEP. And by the way, Xavier Smith, he intercepted the end zone, but instead of putting down the knee, he brought the ball out and was tackled at the 5-yard line. So, it'll be UTEP ball on their own 5-yard line. 13:39 remaining in the first half. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Live from Austin, Texas. You're listening to Texas Longhorn Football from Learfield. Texas leads at 7-0 here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Councel.
In sitcoms, when someone has a problem, they just blurt it out and move on.
Well, I lost my job and my parakeet is missing. How was your day?
But the real world is different. Managing life's challenges can be overwhelming. So, what do? We get support. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have mental health resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. See how much further you can go when you take care of your mental health.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios with this WinStar Studio report in the SEC. A big top 15 battle going on in Knoxville. Number 15, Tennessee, hosting number 6, Georgia. Let's send it back now to Austin. It's Tennessee 21, Georgia 14. Craig?
All right, thanks very much, Mike. First down and 10 from the 5-yard line. Their own 5-yard line for UTEP following the interception by Xavier Smith. Malachi Nelson has the snap, back the throw, swings it out of the end zone. The ball is caught, but Malik Muhammad did a great job in the open field, knocking down Mason Ferguson. The receiver made the catch for the Miners, and it limits the gain to 3 yards. Second down and 7. Miners trying to operate quickly here from the shotgun. Nelson off the left hash, has the snap, turns, hands off a net in the backfield. Ashton Emery stacked up, driven back by Travis Shaw, and that'll be a loss of 4 yards.
Well, that's the thing. Texas has not done much this season. That's 4 tackles for loss coming in. They've already got a couple. Big Travis Shaw. Not sure how you miss him trying to block.
Ball is back at the 4-yard line, third down and 11. Shotgun snap, and they stop play. Now, Ethan Burke came across the line of scrimmage, but he might have been drawn off. So we'll find out from the referee, Lee Hedrick, trying to sort that out.
False start on the offense. Not all 11 were set prior to the snap. That penalty is half the distance to the goal. It's third down.
Yeah, they moved quickly there, and half the distance marks it back to the 2-yard line off the false start. So it's third down and 13 for UTEP from the Miners' own 2-yard line. Malachi Nelson to take the snap. 2 receivers wide right, 2 on the short side of the field, split to the left. The running back, Ashton Emery, is offset to the left side of the quarterback, Malachi Nelson. Standing about 3 yards deep in his end zone. Shotgun snap, pressure coming, got rid of the ball. It's caught, but it's short of the first down. Malik Muhammad kept Ashton Emery in his sights, forced him out of bounds. It's a 7-yard gain, but it brings up 4th down and 6. Colin Simmons really brought the pressure that time on Nelson.
Yeah, made a nice inside move, and you're right, Malachi Nelson had to get rid of the ball. So defense does its job here.
So, once more, Noah Botsford will have to punt, and Ryan Niblett back deep to receive it for Texas. Botsford's first punt traveled 42 yards. Stands about 8 yards deep in his end zone, has the snap, and the kick is away from Botsford. High kick, not especially deep, running under it at the 46 is Niblett. Stepped out of a tackle, flags come down as Niblett turns the corner to the 40, 35, 30. Ryan Niblett down the sidelines and 4th down inside the 20, but this return may be stunted. We'll see, as a flag was thrown pretty early in the return. Marcel Blocker forced him out of bounds.
During the return, illegal block in the back on the return team, number 24. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
That one on Warren Roberson, it nullified what would have been a big return of 28 yards after the 37-yard punt. So, we'll start from there. Let's go down the sidelines, check in with Will.
You know, we're still waiting for Texas to play complimentary football. This week, the defense talked a lot about picking up the slack when it doesn't work and adversity comes to the offense, that they're able to do that. Today, the defense has been able to do that, but what we want to see is the offense be able to lock in and continue tit for tat. As the defense stops the offense scores.
Aaron Butler's checked in the ball game. 6', 170-pound redshirt freshman receiver from Calabasas, California. Christian Clark, the running back, and Clark draws the call on first down off right tackle, breaks the tackle to midfield, and Christian close to a first down. Might be about a half-yard shy of it before he was dragged down, but a nice first down carry for Christian Clark. Justin Content on the stop for UTEP. Second down and 1. Longhorns quickly to the line. Manning with the snap, turns, hands to Clark again. Sweeping left, cuts up across the 45 and has the first down. Down to the minor 42-yard line as Clark takes that one for 5 more.
Texas continues to run the ball effectively, and boy, it makes life a lot easier when you break off 6, 7, 8, 9-yard runs on first down.
Now Jarrett Gibson checks back in at running back. Jack Hendry, Spencer Shannon back in that rotating tight end alignment for the Longhorns. Ball's on the left hash mark at the UTEP 42-yard line. Under 11 minutes remaining in the first half with Texas in front 7-0. Arch Manning under center to take the snap, and on first down, Manning turns, hands the ball to Gibson. Started right, cuts back up the middle. Nice first down carry for Gibson. Micah Davey the stop. It's a pickup of 6 yards.
Yeah, nice job on the right side of that offensive line where they did line up the 2 tight ends to form that wall for Gibson.
Second down and 4. Longhorns will line up in the pistol now with Gibson directly behind Arch Manning. Manning with a snap, turns, hands it to Gibson again. Jarrett trying to cut off left tackle, picked up. And let's see where they mark him down at the 36-yard line is where the tackle is made. No gain on the play. So it is third down.
Eventually they're going to convert one. 0 for 4 so far on third down.
Wide right, Ryan Wingo on a slot right, Dalen McCutcheon. On the short side of the field, split left is Parker Livingston. Handoff, Clark, third down, 35, 34, still on his feet, but that's where he goes down at the 34-yard line. Don't convert the third down there. It's a 2-yard carry, and it brings up fourth down again. Tackle made by Elijah Baldwin. And the Longhorns are 2 out of 4 on fourth down, and they will go for it again.
Yeah, it's the 5th fourth down attempt in less than a quarter and a half here.
So the ball near the right hash mark on fourth down. Livingston on the short side of the field is split to the left, but they'll bunch it up. And Manning to take the snap from under center on fourth down and 2. Arch, a long count, has the snap, turns, play action, looking to throw. Manning going deep, looking downfield, way too much on it. Intended for Livingston, who did have a step on the defender, but Arch put too much air under it. It's incomplete, and the ball will go over on downs to UTEP. 8:59 remaining in the first half. It is still Texas 7 and UTEP nothing. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
the best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
For years, everyone thought Verizon had the best network, because they did. But now the best mobile network in the U.S. is T-Mobile. T-Mobile's network has the most advanced 5G, with more towers, and their signal reaches further than ever. So you can text and Insta-talk and say, "You won't believe where I am."
T-Mobile has the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. See T-Mobile.com/network.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls?
I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row.
Groundworks is the official foundation repair company of Texas Athletics. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Nobody supports their team like a Texan. Learn how Texas Mutual Insurance Company is helping to build a stronger, safer Texas at texasmutual.com/Texans get it. 8:59 to go in the second quarter. UTEP with the ball. Texas leading it 7-0. Miners will have it at their own 34-yard line. Longhorns go for it on fourth down for the fifth time, and they are now 2 for 5 on fourth down. So some outstanding starting field position, and Texas not a lot to show for it as they lead in this ballgame 7-0. UTEP has run just 13 plays with 24 total yards. Longhorns with 130 yards on offense.
Will Matthews, what are you seeing that is inhibiting the Longhorns in those third down, and even the third down and manageable like they just had on 3rd and 4?
You know, in the front line, there's a lot of slanting and movement, and the size of the players is a lot smaller. They're smaller and squatty and really quick, and that has seemed to be an Achilles heel of Texas, especially last week with San Jose State as well.
UTEP starts from its own 34-yard line. 8:59 remaining in the half. Texas leading 7-0. Malachi Nelson out of the shotgun has Sean Wilson as his running back, offset to the right. 2 receivers on the short side of the field, split left. One is wide right. Shotgun snap to Nelson. Fires down the middle. That ball is caught in Texas territory by Judah Zinwa, the tight end, and he'll take it all the way down inside the 35. Will mark him down at the 33-yard line of Texas. Leonga Lafau finally ran him down. That's a 33-yard gain. But there's a flag down, and it looks like this is coming back. Well, Zinwa got behind the defense, but there might have been a hold that enabled him to get into that position. Lee Hedrick, our referee from this SEC crew, the umpire Jason Simpson, the head linesman Elijah Ajayi, Chris Snuggs, the line judge, the back judge Charles Daughtry, Terrence McClain, the field judge, the side judge Jonathan Bullock, the center judge Brian Davis, the replay official is Tim Fetch. Here comes the call.
Holding on the defense. That penalty is declined. First down.
Okay, so not holding against Texas, or against UTEP, but against Texas. So the 33-yard play stands. The ball is down to the Longhorn 33-yard line.
Oh, it was a great throw by Nelson. Put it on the money. And now, best drive for UTEP on one play.
1st and 10, Miners. The ball at the Longhorn 33-yard line. Clock in motion now with 8:35 remaining in the half. 2 receivers out wide right for UTEP. One tight to the formation on the short side to the left. Malachi Nelson out of the shotgun, the snap, back to throw. Pressure coming. Scrambles right. He's got a lot of running room if he wants it. Still looking to throw, however. Back across the field. It's intercepted. Picked off of the 25. Jelani McDonald has the pick, and he'll take it upfield across the 35 to the 37-yard line. Jelani McDonald came up with a fumble recovery last week. He has his first interception and a 15-yard return.
Well, turning back, rolling to his right, and he did the cardinal sin, throwing it across his body, and it hit Jelani McDonald right in the hands.
So the Longhorns will take over with 8 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in the first half. It's Texas 7, UTEP nothing. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong. You are fearless. You are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, where the thrills are bigger than ever. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa. Enjoy 36 holes of championship golf. Savor a world of dining experiences. Rest in one of our vast hotel towers and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wow at the world of WinStar.
The
Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength, power, agility, a team that shows up ready to win. At Toyota Trucks, they bring the full roster. Kick off the season with big savings at the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event.
Toyota is a proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Hook 'em loud, haul 'em proud in a new Tundra or Tacoma, built to take you wherever the road leads. Find yours today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
Hey, Longhorns score takes touchdown at your next tailgate with Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Texas Athletics. Well, the Longhorns, after being unable to convert on fourth down, gave up a 33-yard pass, and UTEP was in business. The Texas 33, but on the very next play, Jelani McDonald stepped in front of a pass, picked it off, 15-yard return. The Longhorns have it on their own 38-yard line now, as turnovers now even at one apiece.
Mentioned the struggles on third and fourth down. Arch Manning 3 times has thrown the ball on fourth down, and all 3 times they've been incomplete, including his last 2 passes. So they've had enough of a run game to be productive, but not enough to sustain a drive and punch it in the end zone. See what they do here. Remember, UTEP won the toss. They'll get the ball to start the second half.
The ball is at the Texas 38-yard line. Jordan Washington will check in at tight end. And Christian Clark is the running back for the Longhorns. The ball will be at the 38-yard line. So on first down with 2 receivers out wide right. One on the short side of the field, split left. From the Texas 38. On first down. With the snap, play action, Manning to throw. Pressure coming. Arch hit as he throws, and it's incomplete as intended for Jordan Washington. Let's go down the sidelines, check in with Will Matthews, who has a special guest. All right, we'll check back in with Will in a little bit. Meanwhile, ball is at the 38-yard line. It is second down and 10. From the 38, Christian Clark, the running back, shifts to the left side of Manning. He has the snap, back to throw, flings it out right side in, complete, and that one too far in front of Ryan Wingo. So it brings up third down. Now let's go back down and check in with Will.
Yeah, Craig, right now we got Alex Okafor. Alex, what are you seeing already moving as we move into the second half of the second quarter?
Yeah, so I mean, early on in this game, I see that we came out ready to establish the run. Showing some of our depth, getting Christian Clark the ball, getting Jared Gibson the ball. CJ Baxter started the game off for us. I would have liked to see us move the line of scrimmage a little bit more effectively, but I like the mentality. Now here in the second quarter, we're trying to air it out with Arch right now, and his process has sped up a little bit, but you know what? We're taking it game by game with Arch, man. People got to realize that he has only started 1 or 2 games in his career, and each week will be a learning moment for him, and that's what we're seeing so far.
Alex, what are you seeing on the defensive side?
Yeah, from the defensive side, I like what I see. We're stopping the run effectively, and we're taking the football away. Jelani McDonald, huge interception right there, and that's the DNA of this team. They have to be able to lean on this defense, allow them to create turnovers and create short fields for this offense, and now, in turn, offense has to capitalize on that short field.
Are you seeing what you want to see being week 3?
Not necessarily. I think as a fan base, we thought the offense would be further ahead than what they've shown so far, but it's no need to be disappointed or discouraged. We're learning each and every week, and this is another opportunity for this team.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate you, bro.
All right, thank you, Will. Down there with Alex Okafor, a lifetime Longhorn. Arch Manning unable to connect on third down. Longhorns punt it 48 yards from Jack Bomeister, his first punt of the day. And it'll be minor football. UTEP starting from its own 18-yard line with 7:50 remaining here in the first half. Still 7-0 Texas.
Yeah, keep leaning on this defense here. They've got them pinned back. See if they can get another stop and get it back to this offense with some time to go here in the second quarter and kind of get things unlocked.
Ball is on the 18-yard line on first down and 10. 2 receivers out wide left. On first down, it's a handoff. Powering forward for a couple of yards to the 20. Nothing more than that for Wilson, or rather Ashton Emery, carrying it forward for a couple to the 20-yard line. It'll bring up second down and 8. It's at the UTEP just shy, nose of the football just shy of the 20-yard line. Ethan Burke and Colin Simmons are the rush hands for Texas right now. Rod Watson and Cole Brevard in the interior of the defensive line. On second down and 8 off the right hash mark from the Miner 20-yard line. Malachi Nelson has the snap. Back to throw. Pressure coming. Scrambles left, being chased by Ethan Burke. Steps away from him. Throws. Ball caught. And short of the first down out to the 24-yard line. As the catch was made by Eric Willis. He had to come back to the ball, and the end result is just a 4-yard gain out to the 24-yard line, and it'll bring up third down and 4 at the UTEP 24-yard line. Miners moving quickly to the line. Nelson the snap. Swings it out to the right side. Ball caught. Trying to turn the corner. And I believe it'll be short of the first down, as holding him up and not allowing him to get there was Anthony Hill. He was going to make sure he did not make the first down. And it brings up fourth down. Also, Wardell Mack was in there as well, the redshirt freshman from New Orleans. It's a 3-yard gain. And UTEP, for the moment, has its offense on the field. Remember, they have no timeouts left, so they got to make a decision, and they do send out the punt team. They used all 3 of their timeouts in the first quarter. So, Noah Botsford to punt again. And Ryan Niblett back deep to receive it. They do get the snap off just in time. The kick sails to the right. No chance for a turn. Well, and it went right past. And there's also a flag down. 3 flags down as the ball went right past Niblett. All 3 flags thrown in the same area right by the Texas sideline. So we'll see what the call is here. Well, penalties were a problem last week for Texas, and they have appeared again here in the first half. Lee Hedrick, the referee.
During the kick, personal foul, illegal blocking out of bounds on the receiving team, number 24. That penalty will be enforced half a distance from the goal from the end of the kick where it's first down.
It's on Warren Roberson there for the block out of bounds. So that's going to push the Longhorns back further here with 5:57 remaining in the half, and Texas leading 7-0.
Well, defense gets the stop, and then the penalty really changes the field position. Now this offense just has to figure out a way to get something going. Arch hit 3 out of his first 4 passes. Since then, just 1 for 7, and now you're pinned back inside your 10-yard line.
So Longhorns will try it again now. As Texas will operate from its own 8-yard line to begin this drive. Ball just, in fact, call it the 7, really. Those the football just barely poking out over the 7-yard line. So first down from the Longhorn 7-yard line. And Manning with the snap, turns, hands off, cutting back upfield as Gibson, 15, has a first down. Out beyond the 17 to the 18-yard line goes Jarrett Gibson. And they said officially it was on the 8, not on the 7 as was put on the scoreboard. But in any event, it's a 10-yard gain. It's a first down. The ball is at the 18-yard line.
Boy, nice cutback. His 12th carry of the ball game already.
First and 10, Texas. Hand off again to Gibson, trying to cut upfield this time. Can only pick up a yard. K.D. Johnson on the tackle for the Miners. Second down and 9. Clark remains the running back. Jack Hendry's in at tight end. Ryan Wingo on the short side of the field, split left, and a slot on that short side to the left is Dalen McCutcheon. Wide right, Parker Livingston. And a slot right, the tight end, Jack Hendry. Second down, handoff again. Trying to get around traffic, but Clark is only able to pick up a yard this time, as Christian Clark was tackled at the 20 by Micah Davey. Here we go again on third down and 8 coming up for Texas.
Yeah, my guess here, you don't get it, you probably don't go no matter what unless it's less than a yard. But 0 for 6 so far on third down today.
Amari Winston checks back in at tight end for the Longhorns now. So now it is third down. 3 receivers wide right for the Longhorns. 1 on the short side and the slot left. From the left hash mark of the Texas 20-yard line on third down and 8. Manning. Christian Clark offset to his left. Has the shotgun snap. Back to throw. Now being chased. looks downfield, still looking, sends it downfield, incomplete. It was intended for Amari Winston, but, well, Arch really had to run for his life as Christian Clark was unable to maintain his block. The rusher just able to shed Clark and came in, and that was Ashad Hall, who has a couple of sacks this year. So it's a 3-and-out, and the Longhorns are out the punt. Jack Bomeister, his second punt, a senior transfer from Bendigo, Australia, transferred in from Utah. He's averaging 45 yards per kick, and Bomeister's first punt traveled 48 yards. He'll stand back at his own 6-yard line. And back deep to receive it is Eric Willis. Here's the kick. Sky high, skyscraping punt. Willis retreating all the way back to his 21-yard line with a fair catch at the 21-yard line. What a job. They'll mark it at the 22, but that punt, nevertheless, was 58 yards without a return.
Well, excellent job by Bomeister to flip this field over, put the defense back on the field. This UTEP offense, they've got just 2 first downs in the ball game, and so now you got maybe your last shot here with 4:05. You got all your timeouts left to get a stop and get one more chance for your offense.
So first down and 10. Ball is at the 22-yard line. And on first down, Malachi Nelson to take the snap. He has Sean Wilson as his running back offset to the right, but Nelson looks to throw on first down, sends it over the middle. Ball is caught upfield and is wrangled down hard is Kenny Odom after the catch. Brad Spence in there for the Longhorns, the 241-pound junior transfer linebacker out of Klein Forest and Houston area, transferred in from Arkansas. It's a 5-yard gain, second down and 5, clock moving, 3:42 remaining in the half. 4 receivers out wide right, one on the short side split left out of an empty set. One of those receivers is the running back Wilson, who steps back into the backfield, draws a carry, has a first down, and he breaks free. Up the sidelines, 45 midfield, and into Texas territory. The Longhorns were flooded over where the 4 receivers were, and they went counter the opposite way. A 30-yard run for Sean Wilson. And UTEP moving quickly now. The ball is at the Texas 43. First down and 10 for the Miners. Nelson out of the gun, has the snap, back to throw, looks, still looks, over the middle, ball caught, inside the 30 and down to the 29-yard line. Another first down for UTEP, and the catch made there by Azinwa.
Now Wilson had the 94-yarder last week, a school record.
First down and 10 for UTEP. Ball is at the 29-yard line. Shotgun snap, back to throw. Looking, Nelson under pressure, he'll go down, he's sacked. Back at the 35-yard line, coming through to get him for the Longhorns. Big play made by Zena Mosalou for the sack and a loss of 5.
Well, they needed that. Get this offense off rhythm here.
Back at the 34-yard line. Clock moving, 2.5 remaining. By the way, UTEP does have 1 timeout remaining. When we thought they called the timeout, it was because of the clock issue. Clock was started prematurely. So they do have 1 timeout plus the 2-minute timeout, and we're getting close to that right now. 2:16 and counting. On second down from the 34, second down and 15. Shotgun snap, Nelson flings it high and incomplete. He was looking for Kenny Odom. It's incomplete, and it brings up third down.
Wasn't going to go anywhere. Grayson Littleton was right on him there in coverage.
So third down at the 34-yard line. Third down and 15. Out of the shotgun, Nelson to take the snap off the left hash mark of the Texas 34. Third down, 15, blitz look for the Horns. Now they'll peel back. Nelson perhaps changing the play call. Settles back in. 2:07 to go first half. Malachi Nelson out of the gun, has the snap, back to throw, swings it across the middle, it's caught. It's short of the first down, but it's at the 22-yard line, and that catch made right across the middle by Torek Goins Jr. He made the catch for 12 yards, and now we're at the 2-minute timeout. 2 minutes remaining in the half. It'll be fourth down and 3 for UTEP. The score is Texas 7, UTEP nothing. And we'll continue. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that. I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
Well, the 2-minute timeout comes. UTEP has 1 timeout remaining here. The Longhorns have all 3 of their stoppages remaining. UTEP's going to face a 4th down and 3 at the Texas 22-yard line.
Your South Texas Ford dealers are the proud truck provider for Bevo. Ford is the best in Texas. Well, Scotty Walden, see what he decides to do here. It is just a 7-point ball game, and they're going to get the ball to start the second half. So Kickers 1 for 2 with a 42-yard field goal. Carlos Areola, but see if they're going to bring that offense back out.
So they are going to bring the offense back onto the field. And it is 4th down and 3. UTEP to go for it on 4th down. Nelson out of the shotgun. 3 receivers out wide right, 1 on the short side, split left on 4th and 3 at the Texas 22. Nelson, long count, hard count, trying to see if the Longhorns will jump. They do not move. And perhaps it's going to run all the way down there, and then UTEP will probably take the timeout. Okay, let's see. Nelson's still there. Down the 3, down the 2, and yes, the timeout is called. So it was intended to see if the Longhorns would give them a free 1st down. They stayed in their discipline. Up to go for the field goal. It's Carlos Areola who will check in. Areola, transfer from Sul Ross State. He's out of Flint High School in the El Paso area. He's hit 1 out of 2 field goals. This is going to be a 39-yard try out of the hold of a punter, Noah Botsford. 39-yard field goal try. Snap is down. Kick is on the way, and the kick is good. And UTEP is on the board with 1:55 remaining in the half. It's now Texas 7 and UTEP 3. So it caps the drive for the Miners of 56 yards in 7 plays, taking 2:10 off the clock before the Longhorns get the kickoff. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification from the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. It'll be Christian Clark joining Ryan Niblett deep for Texas. C.J. Baxter was on that opening kickoff, but remember, he was injured on the first play from scrimmage. We've not seen him yet, and he has gone into the locker room. We've not received an update on Baxter. So now, Noah Botsford to kick it off for UTEP. 7-3 Texas lead. 1:55 remaining in the half. The kickoff from Botsford will be fielded 2 yards deep. Bringing it out is Clark, or Niblett rather, to the 10-15. Popped hard at the 20. Surges forward to about the 22. It's about where he was the opening kickoff, and he's brought down at the 22-yard line. So Longhorns start there. 1:47 to go in the half. Texas with all three of its timeouts.
We'll see. Interesting to see what Sark does here. I mean, Arch Manning needs a little confidence back. He's missed on his last 7 passing attempts here, but they've got plenty of time to make a drive here at the end of the half.
So it'll be Christian Clark as the running back. Ryan Niblett, Ryan Wingo, and the tight end Jack Endries are all receivers out to the left. Endries nearest the boundary. The lineup initially in an empty. We'll see if Clark stays out along the sidelines or returns to the backfield. He'll stay on the sidelines, and the first down pass is incomplete, intended for Clark, wide of the mark. It's incomplete and brings up second down and 10.
Yeah, Clark just ran to the sideline and stopped, and pass was wide.
So it is second down and 10. The ball is at the Longhorn 22-yard line. Manning out of the gun, 2 receivers left, 2 on the short side, split right on second down. Handoff now to Christian Clark. Turning it outside, back inside for a gain of about 5 to the 27-yard line. Brought down there, and it'll bring up third down, and the Longhorns use the first of their 3 timeouts. So we'll have 2 remaining. Ball is at the 27-yard line. And it is third down. Here we go with third down again for the Longhorns. Where today they're 0 for 7 in the third down department. This one more manageable on third down and 5.
This carries a 10-second runoff. Texas has declined the 10-second runoff. The game clock will start on the snap.
All right, so it'll be third down with 1:36 remaining in the half. And Manning to take the snap. Arch looking to the sideline for the updated play call. Now in the shotgun. Parker Livingston wide right. Ryan Wingo in a slot right. Has the snap. Manning looks, sends it past, deflected, almost intercepted. It was deflected at the line of scrimmage. And with a shot to pick it off was Joshua Randolph. That brings up fourth down.
Yeah, looking for that quick slant, and as you said, once that ball gets tipped, boy, you just hold your breath.
So now Bomeister to punt. UTEP's going to get it with 1:33 in the half. Now they have no timeouts remaining, but of course they're going to get the football to start the second half. On fourth down. Bomeister with the snap. Pressure coming, the kick is away. Line drive kick, fielded, juggled, fair catch by Willis. Made around the UTEP 3-yard line? Let's see where they mark it. Yeah, it'll be, we're still not sure. I think they'll put it down at the 32. And there's 1:27 remaining in the half. Texas leading 7-3. The ball will be on the minor 32-yard line.
Well, even with no timeouts, certainly a chance to try to drive it here, especially if they can get something going on first down.
So,
Wilson had that big 30-yard run to spark the field goal drive.
Ball is at the 32. Running back is Hashawn Wilson. Malachi Nelson out of the shotgun on first down to take the snap. 2 receivers out wide left, 2 on the short side split right. And first down pass. Diving catch made at the 36. Clock will continue to run. That's a 4-yard catch. Brings up second down and 6 for UTEP. It's at the 36-yard line. As Willis made that grab. Down to his knees right in front of Anthony Hill. Now on second down. From the 36, shotgun snap to Nelson. Pumps, looks, over the middle, incomplete. Was trying for Willis again. Skipped it in there. Third down and 6 coming up with 1:05 remaining in the half. Longhorns can get a stop here. Imagine we'll see Sark call a timeout. They do have all 3 of their timeouts today. Of course, if it's an incomplete pass, they wouldn't need to use one, but they certainly don't want to give up a first down here. Third down and 6 for UTEP for the minor 36. 3 receivers wide right for UTEP. 1 on the short side of the field, split left. Off the left hash mark at the minor 36. Malachi Nelson, the UTEP quarterback, with the snap on third down. They'll hand it off, and immediately Leon de La Foul drives into Hashawn Wilson, drives him back for a loss, and the Longhorns use a timeout to stop the clock with exactly 1 minute remaining in the half. Hero Canoe in there with the pressure. It's a loss of 3. It's 4th down.
Yeah, Canoe and Colin Simmons just blew everything up on that left side.
And the Longhorns using the first timeout. The foul was coming on the right side. Simmons and Canoe from the left. And he just went straight down, and he went right into Leon LaFaule's arms. Now, UTEP will punt on 4th down. So Longhorns will get one more shot here before the half is done. Ryan Niblett will go back to receive the punt from Noah Botsford. Botsford will be kicking for the 4th time in this half. He's averaging a total of 46 yards per punt. Has the snap, and the kick is away. High kick, kicking away from Niblett, and the ball is going to sail out of bounds. And a late flag comes in. A Longhorn and a Miner tangled up and just kind of went to the turf. I didn't know if it was anything purposeful there, but they just kind of tangled up. The both of them went down. Well, we're going to find out. It might well have been Cade Phillips who got into it. So we'll see. It was a 32-yard punt, so it wasn't a deep punt. The Longhorns would have good field position, but let's sort out the flag.
Yeah, one of those plays that obviously kicked out of bounds. Nothing's going to affect it.
After the play was over, personal foul on the kicking team, number 14, throwing a player to the ground after the play. 15-yard penalty, 1st down.
Okay, that helps out the Longhorns clearly. And this 15-yard walk-off is going to take the ball into UTEP territory with 54 seconds remaining in the half. A walk-off after that 32-yard punt will take it all the way down to the Miner 40-yard line.
They're in field goal range.
Absolutely.
Well, you can take a much different feeling into the locker room if you could punch it in right here.
Jared Gibson will be the running back. Parker Livingston is wide left, and the slot left, Dalen McCutcheon. On the short side of the field, split to the right, Ryan Wingo. So Gibson offset to the right side of Arch Manning. Ball is on the right hash mark at the UTEP 40-yard line. Manning to take the snap, 54 seconds remaining in the half. Arch has it, turns, design run. Manning breaks outside, 35. Arch with a 1st down as he goes out of bounds. See where they mark him. Well, he's right at the marker, but it's enough. It's 10 yards and a 1st down.
Interesting there. Arch struggling a little bit throwing the ball, so what do? Call his own number in the run game.
Down to 47 seconds remaining in the half. 1st down and 10. Longhorns still do have 2 timeouts remaining. On the right hash mark at the Miner 30. Manning from the shotgun. Gibson offset to his right. Turns. Hands it to Jared Gibson up the middle. Gibson 25 and goes down to the 22-yard line. Longhorns moving quickly. Clock still moving. Down to 37 and counting. It's a gain of 8. 2nd down and 2. Manning out of the gun. 2 receivers left. One on the short side, split right. And turns. Manning again a design run and cannot get out of the hands, and the Longhorns have to use a timeout. Solo Barnes, the strong safety, dropped Arch for a loss of a yard on a zone read. And now it brings up 3rd down with 24 seconds remaining in the half.
Yeah, his first name said it all because he was the only one that had a chance, and Barnes made a great play. Arch trying to cut it back, and he held on to that leg. And now with 24 seconds to go, Longhorns still have a timeout. Here we go again, 3rd down.
0 for 8 today in this first half on 3rd downs of the Longhorns. This one will be 3rd down and 3, however, at the 23-yard line. 24 seconds remaining in the half. You can use the center of the field. The clock would stop to move the chains, and then it would necessitate a spike to kill the clock. After that, unless they wanted to use the timeout, I think they'd want to save it if they have to use the center of the field, ultimately to set up a field goal try if they are unable to put it in the end zone. 3rd down and 3 for Texas. Longhorns will have 2 receivers on the short side of the field, split right. 1, Parker Livingston is wide left. Off the right hash mark at the UTEP 23. 3rd down and 3 for the Longhorns. Turning, it's a handoff to Gibson. He has the 1st down inside the 20 and down to the 16-yard line. They'll stop the clock with 18 seconds remaining in the half. Longhorns quickly to the line of scrimmage. It'll be first down, the ball down at the 16-yard line. Now the clock put in motion. Manning has it. Back to throw. Swings it out right side drop. Intended for Jordan Washington. Turned around quickly and couldn't hold it. Down to 13 seconds remaining in the half. And they'll bring up second down and 10.
Yeah, they have rushed it a little bit, threw it behind Washington, so now you get one, maybe two more chances before you got to attempt the field goal if you can't find the end zone.
Ball is at the 16-yard line of UTEP. It is second down and 10. 13 seconds remaining in the half. Longhorns have one timeout remaining. Wide left, Parker Livingston. In a slot left, Dalen McCutcheon. Arch Manning out of the shotgun on second down. Has the snap. Arch back to throw. Looking, sends it across the middle. Caught inside the 10 and down to the 5-yard line with 6 seconds to go in the half. Jordan Washington makes the catch for 11 yards. Now, what will the Longhorns do? 6 seconds left in the half, and Sark wants to use that final timeout. I think it's a good idea because you have time for a throw into the end zone and still time to kick the field goal if you do it efficiently.
30-second timeout.
So, Longhorns use their final timeout with 6 seconds remaining in the half. You definitely want to make sure you come away with points, but with 6 seconds from the 5-yard line, you've got time for a quick pass into the end zone to see if you can get 6.
Yeah, you got no time of leaving the ball in play. So, yeah, you got to put it in the end zone, or Arch better have a surefire touchdown running the ball. And the other part of the equation, maybe you just go ahead and try to take the 3 points and make sure you come out of this with a score.
I think he called the timeout with 6 seconds to take one snap.
I agree.
One shot.
You can't afford a penalty. You got to, again, it's got to be end zone incomplete.
So the ball is on the 5-yard line. Parker Livingston is wide left. In a slot left, Dalen McCutcheon. On the short side of the field, split right, Ryan Wingo. Christian Clark, the running back, offset to the left side of Arch Manning. First and goal, Texas, at the UTEP 5 with 6 seconds remaining in the half. Manning from the gun on first and goal. Arch with the snap, looks to throw, still looks. He'll tuck it in and run. Manning, touchdown, Texas! Arch saw he had an opening and just sprinted home for his second rushing touchdown of the ball game.
Well, he had to find the end zone once he committed, but they spread things out, and linebackers were driven into the end zone. So really, it wasn't that difficult once he got through the initial surge.
Credit to Trevor Gooseby for being able to maintain his block through the play. So now, Mason Shipley on for the extra point. Put Texas up 11 at the half. There is 1 second remaining in the first half. So Arch ran 5 yards in 5 seconds. Extra point kick is good.
Taking that long.
Yeah, right. But he got it in there. How about that play, Will, with the Longhorns spreading out the defense and then Manning finishing it?
Well, you know, UTEP was definitely wanting to account for Livingston because he's a guy that has been able to make those catches in the end zone. But Arch, knowing how physical he is, when he gets the ball in his hands, he's going to take it. I like to see that. And what I like to see even more than that is the O-line holding up and giving Arch a lane so that he can run. Way to go, O-line.
So, Texas does get the touchdown, and Roger, as it caps a 40-yard, 7-play drive that takes 53 of the 54 seconds remaining, it basically neutralizes the kickoff to start the second half because they'd be kicking off anyway.
Yeah, huge penalty, obviously, helped Texas get great field position. Don't forget the 11-yard pass play to Jordan Washington. Snap that skid for Arch, give him a little confidence, and then obviously has to feel a lot better finding the end zone for the second time.
The kickoff to come, and it's Mason Shipley who's kicking it off again for Texas. Here's the kickoff, and that one's going to be unreturnable. So from the 25-yard line, UTEP will have one snap, and then that will do it for the first half. And the fact that they did that so late was very, very important.
They've held this offense. They had the one big play, the Wilson run, that set up their scoring drive. But other than that, 123 yards in the ballgame. That means they have 93 yards on their other 26 plays here in the first half.
So, one snap to do it, to close out the first half. And Malachi Nelson to take it. Has it, turns, hands off, and that'll be a minimal gain of a couple of yards for Ashton Emery, and that'll do it for the first half. Into the first half, here in Austin with the score of the Texas Longhorns 14, the UTEP Miners 3. Coming up, Mike Coulter in Longhorn Radio Network studios from Learfield with scores from around the SEC and across the nation. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Y'all listen up. Let me tell you something about group meals from Rudy's Barbecue. It's got all you need for all the folks you gotta feed, smoked meat, sides, and more. There's everything down to the tablecloth, just like the one that you see at the store. At a bridal shower, it's better than flowers. And a long distance meeting, it'll pass the hours. It'll feed all the cousins at a family function. It's better than potluck at a church luncheon. Next time you need to feed 10 or more, call and order a Rudy's group meal.
Next in line.
Hey Longhorns fans! This season, it's not just about showing up, it's about showing out. And as proud sponsor of Texas Athletics, Kendra Scott wants to help you make game day personal. Shop exclusive game day jewelry or customize your own look at the Color Bar for the ultimate style touchdown. Shop your local Kendra Scott store or kendrascott.com today.
This homecoming season, celebrate the spirit of Texas on the field and at the table. On September 27th, join us in the DFW area for the Texas Monthly Barbecue Family Reunion, a new barbecue event from Texas Monthly with 8 legendary pitmasters and a night of two-stepping under the stars. It's a taste of Texas you don't want to miss. See the full lineup and grab your tickets now at texasmonthly.com/BBQ Reunion.
The University of Texas Golf Club, your home in the Hill Country. It's a member experience as big as Texas. Major champions, tour pros, and you can stroll 18 holes. Play the Spieth Lower 40, a fun 6-hole short course. Hit the courts in the biggest indoor tennis facility in Austin. Or host your next event in our pavilion or clubhouse. Next time you're in Austin, stay and play in our casitas. The University of Texas Golf Club, where champions play.
It's halftime on the Longhorn Radio Network. Now let's head to the Learfield Network studios.
The Longhorns make quick work of good field position just before the half as Arch Manning scampers in for his second rushing touchdown of the game, but otherwise it was a frustrating first half of missed opportunities for the Longhorns in the first half as Texas leads UTEP 14-3 at the break. Mike Coulter back with you from the Learfield Network studios. Texas just 1 of 9 on third downs with 3 drives ending on downs. The Longhorn defense, however, has been good per usual. Coming up on the halftime report, I'll take a closer look back at the opening 30 minutes of play. I'll also get you up to date on scores in both the SEC and across the nation, and Craig's got all your first half numbers. It's halftime, and Texas leads UTEP 14-3. We're back after this timeout on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios as Texas leads UTEP 14-3 after one half of play. Taking a look back at the first half, Longhorns got the football to start the game, and on their opening drive, they got down to the UTEP 44-yard line, highlighted by a 23-yard pass completion from Arch Manning to Christian Clark. However, on 4th down and 4, the pass was incomplete, and Texas turned it over on downs. UTEP's ensuing possession to start the game, they had a 9-yard completion on 1st down, but 3 straight runs would gain nothing as they turned it right back over on downs. Texas took over. Manning connected with Parker Livingston for 22 yards to get it down to the 31-yard line. Jarrett Gibson would follow with a nice 9-yard run, and then 4th and short at the 22. Gibson got 7 down to the 15-yard line for a 1st down. Manning ran for 7 more on the next play. Clark for 7 more after that, got it down to the 1, and just 1 play later, Texas got on the board.
Ball on the right hash on 1st and goal. Manning, a clap of the hands, has the snap, hands to Gibson, pulls it back in, and he'll jog it in the end zone for a touchdown. Manning put it in the belly of Gibson, pulled it right out, and rolled around the right side to trot in for the game's first score.
Made it 7-0 Texas. 9 plays, 53 yards, 4 minutes, 56 seconds off the clock. UTEP's next possession started at their own 3-yard line. They took a knee on the kickoff return. Thought he was in the end zone. He was not. They got 1 first down, and they punted back to Texas. Ryan Niblett then a nice punt return of 23 yards. Got it down to the 31-yard line. Gibson again moved the chains on a 4th down run for a fresh set of downs as we turned it over to the second quarter. However, later, a 4th and 2 at the 10-yard line. Manning's pass was intercepted in the end zone by UTEP's Xavier Smith. He ran it back out to the 5-yard line, so the Miners unable to do much with it. They go 3 and out and would punt it back. Texas got a block in the back on the negated 28-yard punt return by Niblett this time. They would get 1 first down on Clark and Gibson back-to-back runs, and then again would go for it on 4th down, this time 4th and 2 at the 34. Manning overthrew an open Livingston who would have scored if the throw had led him just a tad more inside. UTEP's Malachi Nelson would then hook up with a 33-yard completion to get it to the Texas 33-yard line, but on the very next play, Jelani McDonald with the interception on 1st down and 10 to give it back to Texas. Texas did nothing with it on the drive, however, and have to punt it back to the Miners, who were stopped. They'd punt it back. Texas got 1 first down, then would punt, and Jack Bomeister, a beautiful 58-yard punt on that punt attempt. UTEP's Hashawn Wilson, a 30-yard run, got it to the Texas 43, followed by a 14-yard completion and another Miner first down. A 12-yard completion on 3rd down and 15 made it 4th down and 3. UTEP initially lined up like they were going to go for it, trying to lure Texas offside. They were unsuccessful in doing so, and the 39-yard field goal was good, making it Texas 7, UTEP 3, 7 plays, 56 yards, 2 minutes, 10 seconds off the clock. Texas would go 3 and out on their next drive and would punt it back to the Miners. They did nothing with it, punted it out of bounds at the 35-yard line. A personal foul did not help matters for UTEP. Texas with great field position, under a minute to go in the half. Got it all the way down methodically to the 5-yard line, took a timeout with 6 seconds left, and Steve Sarkisian elected to put the offense back out there to try to get one more play, and if it was unsuccessful, I imagine Texas would have kicked the field goal. But let's see what happened on that final play, our Old Dominion best play of the first half.
1st and goal, Texas at the UTEP 5 with 6 seconds remaining in the half. Manning from the gun on 1st and goal. Arch with the snap, looks to throw, still looks. He'll tuck it in and run. Manning, touchdown, Texas! Arch saw he had an opening and just sprinted home for his 2nd rushing touchdown of the ball game.
7 plays, 40 yards, 53 seconds off the clock that time. Texas 14 and UTEP 3. That our first half play of the half brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to be the official freight carrier of Texas athletics. Again at halftime, Texas in front of UTEP 14-3. And our halftime coverage continues after this as Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Grilling is a year-round tradition in Texas, and H-E-B has everything you need to become the master of the grill. So get everything to satisfy your cravings, from H-E-B Prime 1 dino ribs and brisket steak burgers to traditional cuts like beef inside skirt steak, available in premium grades like H-E-B Wagyu and H-E-B grass-fed. Now you know. Come to H-E-B to fire up your grill to enjoy a delicious barbecue with friends and family. H-E-B. Here, everything's better.
Welcome to the world of WinStar, where the thrills are bigger than ever. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa. Enjoy 36 holes of championship golf. Savor a world of dining experiences. Rest in one of our vast hotel towers and catch the biggest names in music and comedy at the spectacular Lucas Oil Live, all just 1 hour north of DFW. So come live in the wow at the world of WinStar.
When getting the job done right is job one, you need construction equipment that's built right. With durable Kubota engines, more comfort, and the versatility to do it all, you need the Kubota construction lineup. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment for 0 down, 0% APR for up to 36 months or save up to $5,500. From the Texas coast to the Texas Hill Country, Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
Now through September 30th. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full details.
Hey Longhorns fans! This season, it's not just about showing up, it's about showing out. And as proud sponsor of Texas Athletics, Kendra Scott wants to help you make game day personal. Shop exclusive game day jewelry or customize your own look at the Color Bar for the ultimate style touchdown. Shop your local Kendra Scott store or KendraScott.com today.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios. Texas leads UTEP at the break 14-3. While we've got a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Texas Longhorns football from Learfield. Again, Texas leads UTEP 14-3 at the break. Quick check of the WinStar studio report in the SEC. Number 6, Georgia, just surged ahead of number 15, Tennessee. 17 unanswered for the Dogs in Knoxville. It's 24-21 Georgia. Just under 7.5 minutes left in the third quarter there. Again, at halftime, Texas leads UTEP 14-3. Craig's got your first half numbers after this timeout on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi Mom, it's Amethyst and Nicholas. Congratulations on getting your diploma. You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
they showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend. At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Halftime here in Austin with Texas leading UTEP 14-3. Longhorns with 187 yards of total offense, 118 on the ground, 69 through the air, 125 yards of total offense for the Miners, 26 rushing, 99 passing. Longhorns with a couple of penalties in the first half to 4 for UTEP. Longhorns were 1 out of 9 on third down. They had that one third down conversion, their last one of the first half after missing on the first 8, but UTEP 1 of 7 on third downs. Longhorns 2 of 5 on fourth downs. They ran a total of 46 plays in the first half to 28 for the Miners, and the time of possession favored Texas by about 6 minutes, 17:57 to 12:03. Individually for UTEP, Malachi Nelson, 12 of 16 for 99 yards and an interception. Leading ground gainer is Sean Wilson, 2 for 27 yards. Leading pass catcher is Tarek Goins Jr., 3 catches for 35 yards. For the Longhorns, Jared Gibson, the leading ground gainer, 16 carries for 59 yards. Manning, 5 for 23 and both touchdowns in the ball game. Christian Clark, 7 for 32. Arch through the air, 5 of 16, 69 yards and an interception. Christian Clark, the leading pass catcher, as Clark 2 catches for 32 yards, 1 from Parker Livingston for 22, 1 for Jordan Washington, a big one on that final drive of the first half for 11 yards and 1 catch for 4 yards for Jack Andrews. At the half, it's Texas 14, UTEP 3. Today's game is presented by your South Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Second half of today's game coming up when Texas Longhorn football continues in a moment.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Texas Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Horns up! The University of Texas Club is the perfect place to experience Texas hospitality and burnt orange excitement all year long. Located inside Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium, the UT Club is your home for exclusive dining, member events, and unbeatable game day experiences. Elevate your Longhorn pride at universityoftexasclub.com for more information or to join today. The University of Texas Club. Texas lives here all year.
For years, everyone thought Verizon had the best network, because they did. But now the best mobile network in the U.S. is T-Mobile. T-Mobile's network has the most advanced 5G, with more towers, and their signal reaches further than ever. So you can text and Insta-Talk and say, "You won't believe where I am."
T-Mobile has the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. See T-Mobile.com/network.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Texas. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of Texas and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Texas.
We get ready to start the second half with Texas leading UTEP 14-3. But Roger, I would say it would have been understandable. I don't think this happened, but it would have been understandable if Sark had gone into the locker room at halftime and invoked the old Vince Lombardi, "What the hell is going on out there?" You know,
yeah, probably still did.
Yeah, you know, on the offensive side. But they did have the late drive, late in the first half, to get it into the end zone to get the touchdown, and they're up 14-3.
And clearly, everyone's watching the same thing and wondering, you know, when are they going to get this passing game? And obviously the trigger man, Arch Manning, who missed 9 straight before he connected on the 11-yarder to help set up that last touchdown. But it'll be interesting to see how Sark plays it. Clearly, he was lean on the run game. They carried it 30 times in the first half compared to 16 passes, but he wants to see if Arch can find some rhythm and find some confidence. But first thing you got to do is win this ball game. You're up 11 points. Not like you're blowing this team out and you're working on things.
Yeah, that's true. Now, the defense has done well enough, limiting UTEP to 125 yards of offense. They did have the one drive that set up the field goal, but other than that, Texas defense has been good. They've come up with a takeaway, and they've largely held UTEP ineffective. In fact, the Miners were talking about the Longhorns 0 for the first 8 on third downs before they converted that last one. UTEP just 1 of 7 in the third down category.
Yeah, and eventually you're going to pop a play or two, but what Texas did was when they got the 30-yard run, they made sure that they weren't able to continue the drive and had to settle for the field goal, so they still keep them out of the end zone. You're talking about a defense that's given up 24 points so far in 2.5 ball games.
Well, it will be UTEP to get the football to start the second half, moving right to left, south to north here in half number 2. And it'll be Mason Chipley who will kick it off for Texas. Longhorns in the white helmets, the burnt orange jersey tops, the white pants, the white numerals lettering and trim. UTEP bright orange helmets and a white and blue stripe on the top as the white UTEP logo with the pickaxe on one side and each individual player's number in white on the other side of a bright orange helmet. White jerseys, white pants, and navy blue numerals outlined in bright orange. Still a bright sunline here, and so we get ready to start the second half. Will Matthews, what do Longhorns need to do here in half number 2?
It's time for them to continue to settle in. The first half, especially on the offensive side, was fits and starts. The guys couldn't get it going for a significant amount of time, weren't able to convert on third down. They've got to get some consistency, and they've got to be able to do what the defense said and talked about all week. We back and forth, complementary football. Offense scores, the defense stops them. Keep it simple, catch the ball, and you know what? I'd like to see a little more smiles, having some fun, especially on the offensive side.
All right. Mason Chipley to kick it off. Nick Henry back deep for UTEP. And here's the kickoff, and it's going to be fair caught by Henry. So it'll come out to the 25-yard line, and that's where the Miners will go on offense here. So Texas will try to see if they can get quick turnaround, get the ball back in the hands of the offense, and put the offense back in the rhythm they had right at the end of the half.
Even with that 30-yard run, they have 26 yards rushing. That tells you how that Texas front has played in the first half against the run game.
So, at the 25, on the short side of the field, split left is Eric Willis III. The running back for UTEP, Ashton Emery. Actually, it's on first down, a quick swing back pass to the receiver. This is behind the line of scrimmage. It's a backward pass, and I think it winds up going for no gain to Kenny Odom as he dropped it into the backfield. Hashawn Wilson, the running back, was right there with him, but Anthony Hill just ran that play right out of bounds for no gain.
Yeah, nice job of stringing it out. It started with Grayson Littleton, and then Jalen Gilbo couldn't quite make the tackle, and Ethan Burke dangerously close to a little too much after they got to the sideline, and Scotty Walden is furious.
Second down and 10 from the 25-yard line. Nelson from the shotgun. Has the snap, turns, hands it now to Hashawn Wilson up the middle. A nice run on second down for Wilson. The senior transfer from Florence, South Carolina. Transferred in from Charlotte. Michael Taft made the tackle, but it's a gain of 8. Now it's third down and 2 for UTEP. From the Miner 33-yard line on third down and 2. Nelson from the gun. Wilson is running back. Turns, looks to throw. Slant over the middle. Ball caught right at the marker. It's enough for the first down. Catch made by Odom right as he caught it. He was tackled hard by Grayson Littleton, but it's enough for the first down right at the line to gain. It'll be a first down.
Yeah, Odom coming off, right arm, right shoulder, able to make that play, but then he landed right on it.
Yep, Littleton kind of drove him into the turf and landed right on that shoulder. But it is a gain of 2, and it's a first down for UTEP. Sean Wilson, the running back, offset to the left side of the quarterback, Malachi Nelson. 2 receivers wide right for the Miners. 2 on the short side of the field, split left. From the left hash mark at the UTEP 35. First down, pass over the middle, ball juggled and dropped. Right there, open their leading receiver today so far, Torek Goins, just dropped it. Trying to turn up field, and it brings up second down and 10. On the short side of the field, split left is Eric Willis III, and a slot on that short side to the left is Mason Ferguson. And out wide right is Goins on second down. Ferguson shifts in motion from left to right. Out of a pistol set, Malachi Nelson with a snap, turns and hands the ball off, and surging forward is Sean Wilson, but Ethan Burke slowed him down and then got help from Anthony Hill to drop him after a gain of only a yard to the 36.
Yeah, starts with number 91. Ethan Burke got his big left arm on it, and then Anthony Hill came in to clean it up.
Third down and 9 for UTEP from the Miner 36. Nelson, a shotgun snap, looks, swings it out, left side, ball juggled, and what did they say? Incomplete. Malik Muhammad managed to put enough question into the reception of Willis as he juggled it going out of bounds. And now UTEP will punt on 4th down and 9.
Yeah, Muhammad made a nice break on it. He was thinking pick 6. Actually, he wasn't really close to making the pick, but he maybe bothered the receiver just enough.
So now a punt to come for Noah Botsford, who in the first half, Botsford punted 4 times, averaged 40 yards per kick. That last one only went 32 yards, and it helped set up the shorter field along with a penalty for Texas to score right before the half expired. So Botsford has the snap. Ryan Niblett back deep to receive. This is a much better kick. Niblett has to run all the way back to his 13-yard line of field. Going laterally across the field, trying to turn the corner, and he does with a wall. Here's Niblett to the 30, Ryan to the 40, still on his feet to midfield, down the sidelines, inside the 45 to the 40, and down to the 38-yard line. Ryan Niblett came laterally across the field and kicked it in the high gear. How about this? It was a booming 51-yard punt. It was a booming 49-yard return for Ryan Niblett.
You know, Longhorns set up that wall on the right side. Could Niblett get to it? And he was able to do it. A couple of those Texas gunners, or defenders rather, blockers up front, avoiding any kind of block in the back, allowing Niblett to get free.
James Simon into the ballgame at running back. We mentioned the freshman from Shreveport would probably get out there. Sark talked about it in pregame, so he's offset to the right side of Arch Manning. Aaron Butler, 1 receiver for Texas. Out wide left. He now shifts in motion on 1st down and 10. Manning with a snap, turns, and here's Arch keeping it himself inside the 35, down to the 34-yard line. Manning with a gain of 4. Micah Davey on the tackle for the Miners.
We saw a few zone reads in the first half. We saw the touchdown run. The first one was a called run, and the second, Arch scrambled into the end zone with 1 second to go in the half.
Dalen McCutcheon back on the field. Aaron Butler checks out. Spencer Shannon in at tight end. Longhorns line up in the pistol with James Simon, the freshman running back, lined up directly behind the quarterback, Arch Manning. On 2nd down and 6, and movement, each side pointing at the other. I think they're going to get Texas for a false start. Let's see. They're saying it was encroachment on the part of UTEP. The Longhorn players are. Nope.
False start on the offense, number 52. That's a 5-yard penalty, and it remains 2nd down.
And it was called on DJ Campbell, so now it becomes 2nd down and 11. Ball is back at the UTEP 39-yard line. Early stages, 3rd quarter. Texas in front 14-3. Dalen McCutcheon is wide left. And a slot left is Ryan Wingo. Tight end Spencer Shannon tight to the formation on the short side to the right. The lineup in the pistol, again, James Simon, the running back, directly behind the quarterback, Arch Manning. Manning standing in the shadow of the light standard of the upper deck. Has the snap, hands it to Simon. His first collegiate carry, off left tackle, surging forward and takes it down to the 36-yard line. So he's able to pick up a couple there to the 36. 3-yard carry in all. And will now bring up 3rd down. So it's at the 36-yard line where it is 3rd down and 8 for Texas.
Arch took that snap as the play clock went to 0.
Christian Clark back out there as running back, offset to the right side of Manning. 3 receivers wide right. Shotgun snap. Manning looks right, back left, flings it left. Ball caught by Andrews. Flags all over the field, including maybe a late hit, as Manning was popped hard by Udoka Izani. The ball was caught for 6 yards. It would be short of the line to gain, but there were a couple of flags thrown. So we'll check and see. And the officials.
I think one's going to be on Dalen McCutcheon for Texas.
For holding, maybe, downfield?
No, it was a pretty vicious block.
Okay. And then there was one right near the area where Arch Manning went down. So here comes the call from Lee Hedrick, the referee of this SEC crew.
And the player down as a result of the McCutcheon hit.
There are 2 fouls on the play, one by each team. Personal foul, illegal blindside block. On the offense, number 17. Personal foul, roughing the passer with targeting on the defense. Those penalties will offset. We'll replay the down. That previous play is under review.
Yeah, they're going to check it for targeting on that. Well, Roger saw the Dalen McCutcheon blindside block, and I saw the roughing the passer call, and now they're going to look to see if it's targeting involved.
Which is, they're just looking for the ejection because the penalty's offset.
Because they did call the personal foul for roughing the passer. Sometimes they'll throw a flag, check it for targeting, but not call a personal foul. I don't understand how you can not call a personal foul if there is targeting, but if they say there's no targeting, then there would be no personal foul penalty. It was Joshua Rudolph, a senior transferred strong side linebacker from Roger Wallace's alma mater, transferred in from Indiana, from Montgomery, Alabama originally.
Well, he played in the playoffs last year.
Yes, he did.
Or was on the team that played in the playoffs.
Scotty Walden has a lot of transfers from all levels. D1 FBS, FCS, Division II, Division III. As we heard from him in the pregame conversation I had with him, OKGs, as he likes to say, our kind of guys, is what he likes to say. But they're reviewing this to see if there is targeting called on Udoka Ijani. That would be a big loss if it is confirmed that he indeed was guilty of targeting. Be ejected from the rest of this game and would have to miss the first half of next week's game for the Miners.
Well, lost in all that, Arch did a nice job of hanging in there and making a throw and at least forcing Sark into a decision on fourth or maybe attempted field goal. I think it would have been about at the 31-yard line.
So they'll redo 3rd down and 8 coming up after they settle whether or not it was targeting. They're still talking through all of this before they decide for sure whether or not it was indeed targeting. So Lee Hedrick's still looking at it. Hey, I want to remind you that nobody supports their team like a Texan. Learn how Texas Mutual Insurance Company is helping.
After video review, there is no foul for targeting. Number 0 of the defense may remain in the game. It's 3rd down.
Okay, there it is. Not targeting, and they'll redo the 3rd down. As I mentioned, nobody supports their team like a Texan. Learn how Texas Mutual Insurance Company is helping to build a stronger, safer Texas at texasmutual.com/TexansGetIt. We'll do it all over again. Now, the unfortunate recipient out of all this, Joshua Rudolph, had to leave the ball game, victim of that blindside block. So, now they'll do it again from the 36. On 3rd down, Christian Clark, the running back. Manning, design quarterback draw, breaks it outside. Arch to the 30, and has a 1st down inside the 25-yard line. Manning kind of peeked his way through traffic and just started up the middle and sprinted outside and took it down to the 26-yard line. That's a gain of 10 and a 1st down.
Second, 3rd down conversion of the ball game. And I don't think that's a coincidence. Sark doing some different things with Arch Manning, trying to get him on track, including running the ball.
James Simon back in the ball game at running back. He's offset to the right side of Manning. Ball's on the left hash at the UTEP 26-yard line. 1st down and 10 for Texas. Manning looks right, pumps, still looks at, swings it out to Simon. Here goes James Simon. 25 to the 20 is Simon, and he's out of bounds inside the 20-yard line. His first collegiate reception will take it down inside the 20-yard line. They'll mark it at the 18. It's a pickup of 8 yards. Cody Lowe made the tackle for UTEP.
Wanted something downfield with Parker Livingston not there, so the check down and Wingo also in there to help block for Simon.
Aaron Butler checks back in at receiver. Clock moving down to 10 minutes remaining third quarter. Texas in front 14-3. Nick Townsend in as an extra tight end. Out of the shotgun, Manning to take the snap. First and 10 from the minor 18-yard line. Handoff Simon, sweeps left, stepped out of a tackle, cuts back inside to the 15 to the 10, and he's got a first down. It'll be first and goal. James Simon did an excellent job. He was able to shed one tackler, then cut it back inside and picked up 10 more, moved the chains. It'll be first and goal, Texas.
Yeah, did a nice job of getting away behind the line of scrimmage there, and then a little wiggle back into the middle.
And finally, Solo Barnes and Xavier Smith team up on the tackle. All right, Winston checks in at tight end for Texas. Longhorns line up in the pistol. First and goal at the UTEP 8-yard line. And Manning dropped the snap, and Simon had to just fall on it. It'll be a loss of 5 yards back to the 13. They'll bring up second down and goal from the 13.
It looked like they were setting up either a zone read or maybe play action or maybe just a straight give to Simon.
As Arch started to turn, the ball just dropped right out of his hands. To a collision, it just fell out of his hands. Second down and goal, Texas at the UTEP 13-yard line. Manning out of the shotgun. Simon offset to his right. Toss to the right side of Simon. Trying to shed a tackle. He does, but is only able to regain the line of scrimmage. It was well behind the line of scrimmage. Garrett Hawkins was with him step for step. It now brings up third and goal from the 13.
Yeah, Hawkins has been disruptive. He's the one that nearly got Simon on his last successful run, but that time he did get him.
Christian Clark back in at running back. Jack Hendry's back on the field at tight end. Dalen McCutcheon will line up in a slot to the left. Wide left, Parker Livingston. Also in a slot on that left side is the tight end, Jack Hendry's. So 3 receivers out wide left for Texas. Ryan Wingo on the short side of the field, split right. Ball is on the right hash mark at the UTEP 13-yard line. Third down and goal for Texas. Manning from the shotgun has the snap. Arch looking, pressure coming, swings to the left, still looking, rolls to the left, flag goes down. Manning fires incomplete. It was intended for Hendry's. He had to throw on the run, but there's a flag coming down. I think it was going to be holding anyway, because it was coming in the area of holding. And it could well be on DJ Campbell.
On the defense, number 52. That penalty is declined. It's fourth down.
He meant to say on the offense, number 52, on DJ Campbell, not the defense. So it's fourth down, and the Longhorns will look to settle for 3. So Mason Shipley comes on. Shipley hit his first field goal as a Longhorn last Saturday in the win over San Jose State, a 47-yarder. This will be a 31-yard try out of the hole. The punter, Jack Bomeister. Lance St. Louis, the 6', 224-pound senior from Gilbert, Arizona, executes the deep snap. 3 married guys. Shipley, Bomeister, and St. Louis. Players had a lot of fun with that, talking about these 3 being the old guys. 31-yard field goal try, and that field goal is good. Mason Shipley knocks it home, and the Longhorns are now up 2 touchdowns. With 7:50 remaining in the third quarter, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Live from Austin, you're listening to Longhorn Football from Learfield. A 25-yard drive, 9 plays, takes 4:55 off the clock. It's now Texas 17 and UTEP 3. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Rooted in orange, Texas Disposal Systems is proud to have been doing business in Austin since 1977. As the preferred sustainability services provider of Texas athletics, Texas Disposal Systems provides recycling, solid waste, and composting services for Texas athletics games as well as the Central Texas area and beyond. TDS's commitment to environmental sustainability fuels its desire to partner with others for a more sustainable future. Visit TexasDisposal.com to learn more. Texas Disposal Systems, noticeably different, noticeably better.
Meet, stay, and dine at the AT&T Hotel and Conference Center. Located on the University of Texas campus, this is where real fans stay for game day. Relax in luxurious rooms with tower views and enjoy happy hour at Gabriel's Cafe with your fellow Longhorns. Book your wedding, graduation celebration, or conference today. Make your next memories on campus. Learn more about hotel packages at meetatexas.com.
Texas has that 25-yard drive that ends with the field goal. They're up 17-3 with 7:50 to go in the third quarter. We go down to the sidelines, check in with Will.
Yeah, the temperature down here is still super hot. But what to notice is it's 95 degrees on the Texas sideline, but 118 on this side. That's a 23-point difference in degrees over here. It's baking over here, so we can see how that starts to wear on the guys on UTEP as the second half pushes along.
23-degree difference from sideline to sideline, 14-point difference on the scoreboard at 17-3 as Mason Shipley will kick it off for Texas.
So Will was on the move, going to check things on the far sideline.
Yeah, it was. Then he got back over here on the cooler side in a hurry. The kickoff and a touchback. It'll come out to the 25-yard line. So
I see him over there. He's still in the sun, but he's coming back.
Yeah, smart move. Back over here in the cooler area. I tell you who's been sitting over there today, our good friend Babe Laufenberg, the radio analyst on the Dallas Cowboys radio network, and he was here for another reason as well. We were going to wait for an opportunity to tell you about it, and we'll do it. He's here with, there's a reserve wide receiver for UTEP. We've not seen him on the field yet. His name is Marcus Torres out of El Paso Pebble Hills. He is a former walk-on, now on scholarship, and there's a little more meaning to it. First down and 10 from the 25-yard line for UTEP. Malachi Nelson to take the snap, and on first down, he'll turn and hand it off, cutting back up the middle is Wilson, and there's just only 1 yard worth there. He's brought down. So Marcus Torres is wearing jersey number 2, but on the back of his jersey it says Laufenberg. Not Torres, not his own name, Laufenberg. And it's not Babe he's honoring with that. Shotgun snap on second down. Nelson staggering forward, and that's a sack as he'll go down. And helping to make that happen, Cole Brevard and then Lance Jackson coming over to help on the tackle. So Babe had his son, Luke Laufenberg, great young man, and had been a part of UTEP's program, fortunately stricken with a rare form of cancer, passed away several years ago. But first, Dana Dimmel, the then head coach, established, and now the current head coach, Scotty Walton, has carried on the tradition of having a player wear jersey number 2 with the name Laufenberg on the back. Really cool. And Marcus Torres is the young man who gets that honor. Interesting, no, Marcus's dad, Marcus, the head coach here in the greater Austin area at Hayes High School. Third down, shotgun snap, pass to the left, and it's intercepted. Longhorns come away with a pick. Big pick by Grayson Littleton. Comes down with it, and the Longhorns take over at the UTEP 33.
Well, it starts with the pass rush, and then Littleton just right there on the sideline, and Nelson just threw it right to him.
All right, now the head coach is not going to be pleased with this. The bench ran down, or several guys did down to congratulate Littleton. That draws a flag. I think so. That may come all the way back to the 48-yard line.
The result of the play is an interception. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct against the Texas bench for coming off the bench and onto the field. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Great play by Littleton in the bright sunlight, and Littleton just ran down toward Bevo's corral down there, but he had a whole bunch of teammates join him down there, and that's leaving the bench here.
Yeah.
He can't do that.
They can celebrate the defense on the field, but you get the benches involved, and that's where all of a sudden you're going to start that drive back near midfield.
So it's all the way back to the 49-yard line, of UTEP. So Longhorns have to negotiate some more real estate now. But Grayson Littleton comes down with his first collegiate interception. And on 1st down and 10, James Simon remains the running back for Texas. He's in the pistol lined up behind the quarterback, Arch Manning. Parker Livingston wide right. Ryan Wingo on the short side of the field, split left. From the left hash mark at the 49 of UTEP. Handoff, Simon trying to fight his way forward, and he does for a few yards. But Elijah Baldwin, redshirt freshman out of John Jay High in San Antonio, wrapped him up. It's a gain of 3 to the 46-yard line, and it is 2nd down and 7. Livingston checked back in. Parker on the short side of the field is split left. Wide right, Ryan Wingo. Tight end Jack Andrews offset in an H-back position on the right side, the open side of the formation. From the left hash mark at the UTEP 46-yard line. 2nd down, 7. Handoff, James Simon trying to bounce it outside, then back inside, and he'll gain a couple more, call it 3 more, down to the 43-yard line, which will bring up 3rd down and 4. Shaquan Bowser, junior transfer, Base Arizona, transferred in from Garden City Community College in Kansas, made the tackle for the Miners.
Sark said he likes Arch out under center, give the running back a little more room there to operate 7 yards deep. But here we go again on 3rd down.
At the 42-yard line of UTEP. On 3rd down, a little flip forward pass coming around the corner is Niblett, and he has the 1st down. That counts as a forward pass. He goes for 4 yards, a move of the chains, and a 1st down before Garrett Hawkins and Justin Content can wrap him up.
The guys on the edge just doing enough so Ryan Niblett could turn it upfield, including Christian Clark. He got a big block out there.
We'll mark it at the 38-yard line. Clock moving down to 5 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter, with Texas leading 17-3. From the right hash on 1st down. Manning from the shotgun, Arch with the snap. Play fake, swings it to Wingo. Slant catch, across the middle. Here goes Ryan working inside the 30, inside the 25. And a 1st down for Texas. And that quick slant to Wingo takes it down to the UTEP 24-yard line. So that's a gain on the play of 14 yards.
Injured Miner, Ryan Wingo's first catch of the ball game, and it's just a simple, almost like a receiver screen.
Let's go down to the sidelines, check in with Will Matthews. Well,
so such an interesting thing. Jelani McDonald gets an interception, runs down to Bevo. Grayson Littleton, the same thing. I wonder, there's a Longhorn that plays for the Chargers that made his home over there with Bevo. Was it inspired by Jordan Whittington? I'm going to need to see if these guys are inspired by Jordan Whittington and Bevo.
All right, so you're saying it's Jordan Whittington?
I'm saying I got to see. I think it's Jordan Whittington. He's the only Longhorn that I know who definitely before the game and when he scored would go and give homage to Bevo.
Yeah, well, he used to do that, and I will tell you this, says the Rams fan in the booth. Jordan Whittington does play in Los Angeles, but not for the Chargers. He's a Ram.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Thanks.
Yeah, oh, yeah. So it's at the 23-yard line, and couldn't tell who the injured Miner was, but the training staff working on him right now. They'll try to help him to his feet. He is up.
It's Hawkins, who's had a good ball game.
Yep, Garrett Hawkins, who came with Coach Walden from Austin P. So we got a timeout here with 4:36 to go in the 3rd quarter. Texas leading 17-3. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Dulce Vita Blanco Tequila will give you a winning taste in every sip. Made with 100% organic Blue Weber agave, harvested in Los Altos, Mexico. Crafted without any hidden ingredients to create a quality tequila perfect for sipping or enjoying in a delicious margarita. Dulce Vita fruit-infused tequila is low in calories and made with real fruit. Whether it's spicy pineapple jalapeno, refreshing grapefruit, or mouth-watering lime, Dulce Vita is a hit every time. Dulce Vita Tequila, pure and simple. 40% alcohol by volume. Imported by Dulce Vita Spirits, Austin, Texas.
Fly to Philly, take off to Tampa, depart for Denver. Following your team on the road is more rewarding with the American Airlines Advantage program. Your flights and everyday spend not only earn you miles toward your next trip, but also loyalty points toward Advantage status. All the more reason to purchase both a home and away jersey. With status comes great benefits like priority boarding, free check bags, and complimentary upgrades. The Not a member? Enroll for free today at AA.com. American Airlines, you are why we fly. Terms and conditions apply.
Cooperation makes for good partnerships. We say this because at Capital Farm Credit, we're a cooperative lender who does business a little differently. You see, we have a cooperative dividend and equity program, or patronage, that has returned a percentage of our earnings back to our members over the years. Well, these returns can effectively lower the cost of borrowing during periods of high interest rates, like we're in. Talk about a partnership that pays. To learn more, visit CapitalFarmCredit.com.
Bud Light, proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Longhorns with the lead, 17-3, and they've got a first down at the UTEP 26.
So on 1st and 10, Manning out of the shotgun from the minor 23. Arch looks, has the snap, and Joan Reed keeper. He'll turn the corner. Manning in some trouble and only able to regain the line of scrimmage. Cody Lowe made the tackle, ran him out of bounds. In fact, about a half-yard loss, actually. So bring up second down after Cody Lowe wrapped him up.
8th carry for Manning in this ball game.
Second down, and a long 10 now needed for the first. Parker Livingston is wide left. The tight end, Jack Hendries, is in the slot to the left. On the short side of the field, split to the right, nearest the boundary, is Ryan Wingo. Now Ryan Niblett goes in motion from right to left. Handoff, Simon to the right side. Back inside, Simon to the 15, and down to the 10-yard line. McAdavey wrapped him up. The freshman, James Simon, 13 yards on the carry. It'll be first and goal, Texas.
Yeah, he really turned it up, and when he did, he was decisive, cutting it back into the hole.
So first and goal for the Longhorns at the 10-yard line of UTEP. 3:25 remaining in the third quarter with Texas leading 17-3 and looking for more. Manning to take the snap under center. Simon, the running back, behind him. On first and goal from the 10, it's a handoff to Simon. Try to sweep to the left. Nowhere to run. He's going to lose yardage. Now Jaden Wilson comes in. Boy, there was just great penetration by that side of the defensive front for UTEP, and they were able to drop Simon for a loss of 3. Second down and goal. Spencer Shannon checks in at tight end for Texas. Ryan Niblett checks out. Parker Livingston is wide right. In a slot right is Ryan Wingo. Jack Hendries lines up as an H-back. Now shifts in motion to the left side. From the left hash at the 13-yard line of UTEP on second down and goal. Play action. Manning throws for Livingston. It's batted around and Parker made the catch. All that for a 1-yard gain. But the most important thing is he kept Justin Content from picking it off because it was up for grabs. Kind of almost a 50-50 ball there for a moment.
Yeah, it was a nice job of Livingston staying with it. He probably thinks he should have had it initially, but bobbled it and able to at least pick up a couple of yards.
They'll put it down at the 12 where it's third and goal. 3 receivers out wide left. Jack Hendries, the tight end, in a slot on the right. From the right hash mark at the UTEP minor 12-yard line on third down and goal. Manning out of the gun, has the snap. Arch with some time, looking to throw, still looking, now pressure coming, still looking, pressure being chased, and gets rid of it. The pass is deflected and incomplete. He was trying to go to Christian Clark. Excellent coverage by UTEP. The Longhorns will look to settle for 3.
Well, he had time. Those guys running their patterns, not able to spring free. Wingo was on that shallow cross underneath, but a lot of clutter there, and have to settle for another field goal attempt.
This will be a 30-yarder for Mason Shipley. We did a 31-yarder a few minutes ago. Out of the hold of Jack Bomeister and Lance St. Louis to snap it. From the right hash, a little bit of cloud cover now here at the stadium. 30-yard field goal try for Mason Shipley. Snap and hold, and Shipley's kick is good. So, with 1:41 remaining in the third quarter, it's now Texas 20 and UTEP 3 as the Longhorns move it 37 yards in 9 plays. They take exactly 5 minutes off the clock.
No, like the last drive when they had to drop snap and a negative play. A negative play here set them back, and they had a goal to go. So getting down there in scoring position here in the second half, but not able to turn it into touchdowns.
DirecTV is a proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Stream the Texas Longhorns satellite free DirecTV. Visit directtv.com today to learn more. Longhorn defense has been equal to the task here in the second half. The offense only able to manage a couple of field goals, but they kept possession of the football throughout the course of this third quarter. So, and the turnover helped as well. Interception by Grayson Littleton on the last UTEP possession. Short kickoff fielded at the 9-yard line, but their catch was made, and so UTEP will begin after the touchback from the Minor 25-yard line. We'll see as Texas has Ty Anthony Smith out there in linebacker. Colton Bossing in his one defensive end. Lance Jackson on the other side. Defensive tackle spot being manned by Travis Shaw and Murad Watson. Leonga LaFau and Trey Moore joined Ty Anthony Smith as the Texas linebacker. First down and 10 off the left hash from the UTEP 25-yard line. And a handoff and in the backfield. Big play made by Hero Canoe. Just wrapped his arms around Ashton Emery and dropped him for a yard loss.
Yeah, just great penetration by Canoe. LaFau was also coming on a blitz, so obviously the offensive line has to account for him, and I think that's freed up Canoe to make the play.
Well, it's actually just barely inside the UTEP 24-yard line. So bring up second down. And a long 11 needed for the first. That was taking a lot of time to get the play call in. Now they break the huddle with 8 on the play clock. Out of the pistol. Malachi Nelson past the snap, turns, hands up, pulls it back in, fires in the middle too high, incomplete. He was looking for Eric Willis. He was tightly covered by Warren Roberson. Roberson, sophomore from Red Oak, out there, and it brings up third down. Now, we'll see Brad Spence check in, along with Ethan Burke. And
sideline warning on Texas.
Zena Mosalou in for the Longhorns as well along the defensive line. So it is third down. After the sideline warning, just that, the warning. Goes to the football just inside the UTEP 24-yard line. Third and a long 11. Blitz coming. Pass swung to the right side. It is one-handedly caught, but this is still going to be a very short game. Nice play made by Ashton Emery just to field it. And a late flag comes in.
Flag is down.
Hold on. It would have been a 3 and out, but let's wait and check the flag. Emery did a really good job of pulling the ball in. I'm not sure where the flag would have come. It didn't come on the tackle. It had nothing to do with the tackle.
Another minor down.
Here's the call.
Personal foul, illegal block below the waist on the defense number 29. That 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run, and it carries an automatic first down.
Now, I know a lot of people are going to say, wait a minute, how can it be an illegal block on the defense? If you do take somebody out down below from behind going in, you can be penalized for that. And Grayson Littleton is penalized for that. And it'll go out to the 40-yard line. It'll be a first down. So, Miners will have a first down to the 40. Here's the unfortunate thing. As Littleton went, he went down below at the knees of the receiver. And that's what they're calling there, and that's why it's a 15-yard walk-off out to the 40.
Well, and a little bit of his defense is the ball carrier was right behind him, so he was trying to get through him to get to the ball carrier, but he did go low. Texas up to 55 yards in penalties.
Obviously, an improvement over last week, but you still don't even want to see that. Longhorns had over 100 yards on 12 infractions a week ago, and today it's 5 for 55. The ball is at the 40-yard line as they still attend to the injured Minor, who is the tight end, Judah Inlet.
Well, and that's one that extends the drive. UTEP was going to be forced to punt it away, and now they've got a first down at the 40.
Yeah, we'll just have to see.
That's a tough play for Littleton, because it wasn't just in the open field. There was a lot of congestion with the ball carrier right behind. No doubt he was trying to get to the ball.
They are still attending to Judah Zinwa right now. And that's a tough injury for him. There have been some guys who have gone down on both sides. We have not received a report on C.J. Baxter. He had a 6-yard carry on the first play from scrimmage and hobbled off the field, and not heard anything further on that. Baxter went to the locker room. So, Will, I know you were keeping a watch out for CJ to see if he returned out of the locker room.
Yeah, I was, and I did unfortunately see CJ on the sideline with no pads on, standing right next to Trey Wisner. So wishing him the best. Not really sure what happened, but definitely wishing him quick recovery.
I hope it's not serious. And Wisner, by the way, that's the hamstring thing. We know how those things can be nagging, and more of a precaution for Trey not to be in the lineup today. Will Matthews, you ever had a hamstring injury?
Yeah, it's a nasty one. It's one of those things that you never know when it's going to pull or, God forbid, rip. And when it does, it can be one of the most nagging injuries ever. You end up not having that extra gear to run at a significant pace. You can only jog, and if you move side to side, you could tear it again. So really tough one. I've done it before, and it can take a really long time to heal. Wishing him the best.
Will, I've been told that two of the most aggravating, frustrating, unconscionable injuries are hamstrings and obliques.
Very true. And also, if I put into that list right there, a high ankle sprain.
Ugh.
Those three things can nag you sometimes for years.
All right. Zinwa help from the field, and now UTEP going back to work from the minor 40-yard line because of the illegal block penalty against Grayson Littleton. So it's at the minor 40-yard line with 40 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Out of an empty set now, 5 receivers, no running backs. Malachi Nelson with a snap on first down, looks to throw, pumps, looks, scrambles to the right, being chased, and then has to throw it away. Hero Canoe is bearing down on him, and it's incomplete.
Boy, Hero Canoe has had some kind of ball game constantly in the backfield for the Longhorns.
All right, we told you about the receiver, Marcus Torres. He's out there wearing number 2 with the name Laufenberg on the back of that jersey in honor of Luke Laufenberg, the former UTEP receiver. So it's cool to see him out there. Marcus is out on the field right now. 3 receivers out wide left, 1 on the short side, make it 2, split right out of an empty set, second down. Nelson swings it right, ball caught by Goins at the 45-yard line. It's a 5-yard catch. Jalen Gilbo wraps him up there, and it brings up third down and 5.
Texas giving a little room, but Gilbo with the sure tackle. UTEP 2 of 9 on third downs today.
And that's going to be the final play of the third quarter. Into the third quarter from here in Austin with a score, Texas 20, UTEP 3. Back for the final quarter of this one on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
My mom has decided to learn to paint, and she's good.
My dad's now into creative cuisine, and I've already put on 6 pounds. Learning new things comes with age.
My mom, she started forgetting my name and what we're talking about.
Forgetting well-known things doesn't. Memory loss may be a sign of Alzheimer's disease. Early detection gives you and your loved one time to plan for the future. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
When I smoke weed, I get lost in the music. I like to isolate each instrument. The rhythmic bass, the harmonies on the piano, the sticky melody.
Hey, careful, babe. There's someone crossing the street.
Sorry, I didn't see him there.
If you feel different, you drive different. Don't drive high. It's dangerous and illegal everywhere. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios with a look back at that third quarter of play. UTEP got the football to start the half, trailing Texas 14-3, would get one first down before having to punt it away. Ryan Niblett, an outstanding punt return of 49 yards off the 51-yard punt, got it down to the UTEP 38-yard line. On 3rd and 8, Manning ran for 10 yards to keep the possession alive. James Simon with some nice plays, an 8-yard catch, followed by a 10-yard run. However, a bad snap and then a penalty would thwart the drive, and Mason Shipley's 31-yard field goal was good. 9 plays, 25 yards, 4:55 off the clock. Texas up by 14 at 17-3. UTEP had a 3rd and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Nelson's pass was intercepted by the Longhorns' Grayson Littleton. However, a celebration penalty as some members on the bench came onto the field, so Texas had to start at the UTEP 49-yard line. They get one first down. Manning then found Ryan Wingo for 15 more. James Simon, a run of 13, got it down to the UTEP 10. However, Texas was unable to punch it in, and this time Shipley knocked it through from 30 yards out. 10 plays, 37 yards, a minute 41 off the clock. Texas up 20-3. UTEP currently in the midst of their next possession. They actually went 3 and out, but a penalty on 3rd down kept the drive alive. They threw an incompletion, had a 5-yard completion, and now 3rd down as we get set to start the 4th quarter. Let's head back to Austin inside DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. Once again, here's the voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way. Craig?
Mike, thanks very much. Here we go with the 4th quarter with Texas up 20-3 through 3 quarters. The Longhorns have a total of 254 yards of total offense, 157 rushing, 97 passing. They've held UTEP to 141 yards of offense, only 60 yards in the 3rd quarter for the Miners. Longhorns started 0 for 8 3rd downs. They've converted 3 of their last 5 3rd down situations. All right, UTEP will have it on 3rd down and 5 from the Miner 45-yard line. A handoff on 3rd down, and Trey Moore stood tall right in the defense to stand up Ashton Emery. He held him to 1 yard. Now it's 4th down and 4 for UTEP from the Miner 46.
Well, they saw 6 on the line of scrimmage. Figured Texas was coming with the all-out blitz, but Trey Moore stayed home.
Call it a 2-yard carry. It's at the 47, and it's 4th down and 3. UTEP going for it. Shotgun snap. Nelson over the middle. It's dropped. It was intended for Marcus Torres, but the ball was behind him, and it kind of hit him on the hip. And so it's incomplete, and it'll go over to Texas on down.
Now again, that Texas front forces Nelson maybe to get rid of it quicker than he wanted to.
Oh, yeah, it almost hit him in the calf. It was that far behind Torres, and you're right. The rush forced the errant throw. So Texas will take over. The ball just inside the UTEP 47-yard line. James Simon remains the running back. Ryan Wingo and Parker Livingston, the receivers. Livingston is tight to the formation on the right, along with the tight end Spencer Shannon. 1st down and 10, Texas, off the left hash. Manning with the snap, turns, hands it to Simon. Trying to work his way through traffic, can't do it. Down at the 46. 1-yard carry, Neil Campbell the tackle.
Simon's getting some work in his debut, his 10th carry of the ball game. Jarrett Gibson has 16 carries.
So it is 2nd down. Jack Hendry's back in at tight end. And we have time called as Neil Campbell is down. That might be a cramping issue as they extend that leg out a little bit. So while they work on him, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. .14-10 remaining in the ball game. Craig Wayne, Roger Wallace, Will Matthews with you from Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium. Timeout on the field. It's Texas 20, UTEP 3. Texas Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Longhorns men's basketball is headed to Maui this November, and Texas Farm Bureau Insurance is sending along 2 lucky fans to Hawaii. Register free for the tropical tip-off at texaslonghorns.com/Maui for your chance to win airfare, hotel, game tickets, and $500 cash to spend November 24th and 25th with the Longhorns in Maui or other great prizes. Registration closes on November 9th, so visit texaslonghorns.com/Maui today. And good luck from Texas Farm Bureau Insurance.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
the best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
Happiest hour in the Harwood District is Dallas's ultimate sports bar to watch the Longhorns battle the Sooners in the annual showdown. For more information, visit happiesthourdallas.com. 14:10 to go. Longhorns have it. A second down and 9 here as they are in UTEP territory, leading this ball game 20-3.
Longhorns will scrimmage from the left hash mark near the 45-yard line, just inside the UTEP 46 with 14:10 to go. Just trying to move to 2-1 on the season before hosting Sam Houston State next Saturday night to complete the 3-game homestand. Arch Manning out of the shotgun on second down, and he'll pull it back in. And inside the 40, here's Manning still on his feet to the 35, and Arch will have a first down. At the 31-yard line, Manning takes that rumble to the left side, takes it for a first down, all the way down to the 31-yard line. That was a 15-yard run for Arch Manning.
Ran right up the backside of Jack Endries there and then showing some strength at the end.
They'll mark him down at the 31, so call it a 14-yard carry for Arch. First down and 10 from the UTEP 31. Manning out of the gun, turns, hands it to James Simon, right side, down after a yard carry to the 30 by Jaden Wilson out of El Paso, Austin. Started his collegiate career in New Mexico. So second down and 9. Ball is at the 30-yard line of UTEP.
Well, you know, Sark does not want to settle for another field goal attempt here. Want to punch it in the end zone.
Wingo tight to the formation on the open side of the field to the left. Livingston tight right on second down. It's a handoff. Simon off right tackle, picks up a block and takes it down to the 20, close to the 25-yard line. Brought down there, and it'll bring up third down and call it a long 4 needed for the first. Jaden Wilson, the stop for UTEP.
45th rushing attempt for the Longhorns this ball game. About 880 yards now.
And now on third down. And before they can get going, this was stop play. There was a timeout called by UTEP.
Yeah, they had about 14 players on the field.
Yeah.
UTEP, this is the first charge timeout of the half.
So they call the timeout. We take it as well with 12:34 remaining in the ball game here in Austin. It's Texas 20 and UTEP 3 on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone or just taking a deep, calming breath to ground yourself. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark, and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Longhorn Football is brought to you in part by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Leading ground gainer in this contest for Texas is Jared Gibson. 16 carries for 59 yards, but Will Matthews, Arch Manning has carried it 9 times for 51 yards and 2 touchdowns.
You know, and that's the way to go. Sometimes as a younger player, and he really is, you've got to find a way to get in the rhythm. He's thrown the ball well sometimes, but as he is learning to get his feet set and do what he needs to do with his arm, using his legs has really kept that Texas offense moving forward. You know what I say? Do what you can until you do what you want to do. Go Arch, let's go, bro.
Well, the Longhorns will face a 3rd down and 4 at the UTEP 25-yard line. And they'll have Taylor McCutcheon and Ryan Wingo both lined up in a slot on the left side of the field, out wide left. Parker Livingston on the short side of the field, split to the right. James Simon, the running back. McCutcheon goes in motion, Manning from the shotgun, the snap, hands to Simon, up the middle, turns, bounds forward, has the first down, the freshman. James Simon, 6-yard carry down to the 19. It'll be first down for the Longhorns.
Yeah, good hard running for their 4th third down conversion.
First down and 10 for the Longhorns. They move quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Manning from the gun with a snap, turns, hands it to Simon again. Inside the 15, down close to the 10-yard line. We'll mark him down at the 11. So Simon with 8 more on that carry. And it's second down. Micah Davey, the stop for UTEP.
Well, nothing fancy here, just lining up and running right at the Miners.
The tight end Jack Endries is back in. And they'll run a tight formation with Manning to take the snap from under center. Simon, the running back, handoff. James Simon sweeping left, cuts back in the middle. Inside the 10, he would appear to have enough for the first down. Down around the 9-yard line, and it is. It'll be first and goal. As Simon cut inside the 10, it'll be first and goal Texas at the UTEP 9. Longhorns line up on the left hash mark at the UTEP 9-yard line. First and goal. Shotgun snap. Manning looking. Swings it out to Simon. The catch, but he's knocked down at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Excellent open field play made by Xavier Smith. And there's a flag down in the end zone.
Parker Livingston's body language tells me he got held.
Illegal substitution on the defense, playing with 12 players. 5-yard penalty, repeat first down.
All right, so what happened was the Longhorns did not substitute, and UTEP tried to substitute quickly and didn't get the extra man off the field. So the substitution infraction, 12 men on the field, resets first and goal for Texas down at the 4-yard line. Jarrett Gibson now in at running back. Gibson lines up in the pistol behind Arch Manning. Manning off the left hash of the UTEP 4-yard line on first and goal. Pulls it back, fires it to the right. It is caught. Touchdown, Ryan Wingo. His first touchdown catch of the season. And Arch Manning put it where only Wingo was going to be able to pull it in right by the pylon.
Yeah, you guys are really fired up about that. Obviously, Manning getting the touchdown pass. Wingo finding the end zone for the first time. And I'm sure Steve Sarkisian fired up for these guys finally to hook up in the ball game and really get the separation as well.
Mason Chipley on for the conversion. As Texas caps a drive of 47 yards and 8 plays, taking 3:40 off the clock. Shipley out of the hold. Jack Bomeister and Lance St. Louis to snap it. They snap and hold, and the extra point kick is good. Since 2005, the All-State's Good Hands Field Goal Net program has donated millions collegiate scholarship funding to partner schools across the country. Thank you, All-State. With 10:52 remaining in the ball game, it's Texas 27, UTEP 3. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
This season, honor the win and the West in Tecovas. Whether you're in the stands or out celebrating downtown, Tecovas Western boots are handcrafted for all-day comfort. With colors and styles that look right at home, you can show your pride from head to toe. This football season, show up in boots. Find your perfect pair at tecovas.com or one of our Austin stores on South Congress and at the Domain. Tecovas, forever West.
The Flat Creek Estate Wine Garden is how Austin does a pregame. Sip on the most awarded Texas wines in history at this fixture of the Texas football experience. Located on DeLost Dodds Way on the north side of DKR Texas Memorial Stadium, the Flat Creek Estate Wine Garden brings Texas Hill Country attitude to every Longhorns home game. Award-winning wines? We got it. Need a frosé? We got that too. Plus live music and plenty of shade. We know how much y'all need that. Come on over to the Flat Creek Estate Wine Garden on game day. Visit our amazing 80-acre winery in Marble Falls and pick up our wines at your local HEB. Book 'em.
Texas is full of adventures. From hill country to piney woods, Gulf Coast to the valley, there's a Ford SUV to get you there in style, in comfort, and with the capability to help you make the most of it. Ford Escape, Explorer, Bronco, Bronco Sport, and the all-new Ford Expedition. For adventures of every size, there's a Ford SUV that fits. Test drive one today at your Texas Ford dealer, and you'll see why. Ford is the best in Texas.
Longhorns with the 27-3 lead. Want to thank you for tuning in to Longhorn football today all across the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. Such outstanding stations as KWMC AM 1490 out in Del Rio, way out in Fort Stockton on KFST, AM 860 in East Texas and Henderson on KWRD, AM 1470, out in Odessa on KBAT, KBAT 99.9 FM. Down along the coastal bend in Victoria on KLUB 106.9 FM. In San Antonio on the big one, WOAI AM 1200, News Radio 1080 KRLD in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, and of course our flagship station here in Austin, 98.1 FM KVET, the home of Austin's all-time country favorites, 103.1 FM, and Sports Radio AM 1300 The Zone. I want to thank you for tuning in to Longhorn football across these and many, many stations on Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. Also, hello to those of you tuned in to Sirius XM satellite radio, channels 90 and 161. And to those of you listening on the Varsity Network app, the Texas Longhorns app, TexasLonghorns.com, wherever and however you may be tuned in. We're happy to have you with us. Greg Way, Roger Wallace, Will Matthews. 10:52 remaining in the ball game. Texas now up 27-3 after the touchdown pass, the 40-yard pass from Arch Manning into Ryan Wingo, his first touchdown catch of the season. Fair catch. We'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. I'm going to go down to the sidelines to Will Matthews, recapping that last drive. Will?
Before the game, Arch and Wingo ran out as the team broke together. You could just see those guys kind of talking to each other, and I know they were talking about how they could solidify their relationship. As they connected for the first touchdown of the season, you could see it. The whole offense looked like they had a sigh of relief. They're all just losing their minds on the sideline, just going crazy because they know what they have. They just haven't been able to put it on the field, and now we get to see a glimpse of it.
Yeah, maybe the lid is off now. At the 25-yard line, first down and 10 for UTEP. Ashton Emery, the running back, offset to the right side of the quarterback, Malachi Nelson. Nelson, three-step drop, throws to the left, ball caught, and breaking out of a tackle across the 35 to the 40 is Eric Willis. He got away from Jalen Gilbo and then turned it upfield for 23 yards before Jelani McDonald ran him out of bounds at the 48.
Little slip from Gilbo out on the edge allowed him to make that spin move.
First down and 10. It's at the 48-yard line of UTEP. Nelson has it, looks to throw with some time. Now he'll take off and run. And he'll just dive forward. They'll mark him down at the Texas 49. It's a 3-yard carry, and it brings up second down and 7.
The other part about that scoring drive, that's 4 straight scoring drives going back to the end of the first half.
Now second down. At the 49-yard line. Empty set. 5 receivers, no running backs. Nelson. The snap throws up high, and that is a catch made by Marcus Torres. That's his first collegiate catch. The young man we were telling you about that is wearing Luke Laufenberg's jersey, and he made the catch, and it's enough for the first down. Trey Moore, actually, it's 1 yard shy. On third down, pass across the middle, and now it's enough for the first down. A sliding catch made by Mason Ferguson. And it's a first down. The ball is at the Texas 39-yard line. It's a 4-yard catch there. First down and 10. Ball is at the Texas 39-yard line. Clock moving, 9:20 and counting remaining in the ball game. It's 27-3 Texas. Out of the shotgun, the snap. Back to Nelson. Pumps, looks, going deep. Way downfield, and that was almost picked off by Jalen Gilbo. It was intended for Willis. There was safety help over the top. And collision there, and it's incomplete, but there's a flag down. Now it's back further upfield.
Number 3, that 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the previous spot. Carries an automatic first down.
Well, it's interesting because the official closest to the play did not flag it for pass interference, but upfield, another official did. So it's 15 yards on the PI call and a first down for UTEP. Ball will be placed at the Texas 28-yard line.
6 penalty, but they're all been big ones seemingly. That's up to 70 yards now.
9:10 remaining in the ball game. Goins, the receiver, wide right for UTEP. Torek Goins Jr. He's out wide right. One receiver on the short side of the field. Split to the left. Malachi Nelson to take the snap. On first down. Nelson, long count. Sends Eric Willis in motion. Turns, hands it. Now it's a reverse. Back to Willis, turning the other way. 30. Inside the 25-yard line. That was a genuine reverse. A lot of times you'll hear reverse when it's an end around. That was an actual reverse because the play started to the right and flipped back to Willis. Colton Vossick ran it down. It's a 4-yard carry.
Yeah, Colton Vossick did a nice job. Fought off a block from Nelson and then made the tackle.
It's at the 24-yard line of Texas. And it is second down and 6 as the clock shows 8:40 and counting. Ball on the left hash. Torek Goins is wide right. Luka Matamoros in the slot right at tight end. From the left hash, shotgun snap back to Nelson with some time. Deep retreat, sets it up, looks downfield and incomplete. Making the play on the ball was Jordan Johnson-Rubel, who came to knock it away. It's intended over toward the right boundary, and we're looking outside, and it brings up third down now. At third down, Jalen Brown was the intended receiver for the Miners. 4 wide out set, 2 by 2, either side of the formation on third down. Third down and 6 at the Texas 24-yard line. Wide right, Torek Goins. And the slot right, Trayvon Tate. 2 receivers on the short side of the field, split left, including Marcus Torres. On third down from the left hash. Shotgun snap, back to throw. Nelson looks, sends it across the middle. Tipped and almost picked off. Jordan Johnson-Rubel, sophomore out of IMG Academy, originally from Fort Worth, got his hands on it. It's no good, and it's fourth down.
A couple of PBUs for Johnson-Rubel, and that one had an outside chance of getting the pick.
So now fourth down and 6 for UTEP at the Texas 24-yard line. 2 receivers to either side. From the shotgun, Malachi Nelson. Long count, blitz look from the Horns. Now they peel back as Nelson perhaps is changing the play call. There's a formation change. Receivers come in tighter to the scrimmage. On fourth down, Nelson, the snap. Pressure coming. Nelson has to dump it. It is caught. Turning upfield 25, and that's going to be short of the first down. Longhorns were able to knock Ashton Emory out of bounds. Jalen Gilbo making up for the penalty call and was able to knock him out 2 yards shy of the first down. They needed 6, picked up 4. It'll go over to the Longhorns on downs.
Yeah, Trey Moore also bringing some pressure from the backside, and Boy, just good hustle by this Texas defense, playing all out on that play, making sure they didn't get the first down.
8:11 remaining in the ball game. And in it, wide receiver, swinging out wide right, is Parker Livingston. First down and 10. Jarrett Gibson in at running back, offset to the right side of Arch Manning. Two receivers on the short side of the field, split to the left. One, Livingston, wide right. On first down, there's a handoff. Gibson cuts it upfield across the 20 to the 22-yard line. A gain of 4. Micah Davey on the tackle. Longhorns now have rushed for almost 200 yards in the game. Second down, under 8 minutes to go. Two receivers wide right, one on the short side, split left. Shotgun snap, Manning turns, hands it to Jarrett Gibson again. Pushing the pile forward, they still push up to the 25-yard line. It's a 3-yard carry. And that'll take Texas over 200 yards rushing on the afternoon. Longhorns now at 301 yards of total offense, 200 even running the football, 101 passing. Christian Clark now in at running back. Third down and 5 for the Longhorns from the Texas 25. Ryan Niblett, the receiver, motions behind the formation. Shotgun snap, back to Manning with some time. Sends it across middle, caught by Wingo and a first down. Ryan Wingo comes up with another catch. Over the chains, right across the center of the field and out to the 38-yard line. It's a gain of 13 yards.
You might dismiss this at the end of the ball game, but it feels like another big completion on third down through a strike to Wingo right in the middle of the field.
At the 38, first down and 10 Texas. Clock rolling, 6:38 remaining in the ball game. Longhorns leading 27-3. Ryan Wingo is wide right. On the short side of the field, split left, Parker Livingston and Ryan Niblett. Shotgun snap and a handoff. James Simon sweeps to the right side and down after picking up a yard to the 39-yard line. It'll bring up second down and 9.
I think at this point in the game, we probably see the last of the zone read game with Arch Manning keeping it. Limit the hits from here on out for sure.
Tight ends, Spencer Shannon and Nick Townsend checking the ball game for Texas. Jack Andrews back. Yeah, now it'll be Townsend coming out. So it is second down, 6 minutes and counting remaining in the ball game. Second down and 9. 3 tight ends on the field for the Longhorns. Wingo shifts in motion from left to right. Manning to take the snap from under center, turns and hands it to Wingo, and he's trapped for a loss. Excellent open field play for UTEP by the middle linebacker, Jaden Wilson. That'll be a loss of 5, and now it's third down and long.
Now you just don't expect a guy like Wingo, as explosive as he is, to get caught, but nobody blocked Wilson, so he had a free pass.
Third down and 14 back at the 34 of Texas. Parker Livingston is wide right. Ryan Wingo in a slot to the right. In a slot on the short side, split to the left is Ryan Niblett. Now he shifts in motion to the right. 3 receivers out right. On third down, shotgun snap, back to Manning. Looks, steps up in the pocket, swings it out, and threw it incomplete. Christian Clark stumbled to the pass high anyway, and it's incomplete, and the Longhorns will have to punt. So they'll end that string of consecutive drives ending in points. And Jack Bomeister will punt. With 5:05 to go in the ball game. Bomeister punting for the first time in the second half. And he is averaging 49 yards per kick. Snap and the kick is away, and it's another booming kick. Catch made at the 22-yard line and out over the 25 to the 30. Breaking free, 35. On the return is Eric Willis. Punt. Traveled 44 yards, 13 yards on the return. Warren Roberson made the tackle, and there's a flag on the play as well. We'll sort that out. Here's the call.
During the return, illegal block in the back on the return team, number 27. That 10-yard penalty will be enforced from the spot of the foul, first down.
So the block in the back will move the ball back down inside the 20-yard line. In fact, the ball will be spotted down at the 13. So that is where we will set up offense. Longhorns with some younger, fresher faces in on the defensive front. Josiah Sharma, a freshman from Folsom, California, in the interior of the defensive line. Ball is on the UTEP 13-yard line on first down and 10. Nelson the snap, turns, play action, throws it out to left, ball caught, first down, and almost breaking free after that grab on the first down play was Jalen Brown. As it turned out, it's a 12-yard gain and a first down. Cade Phillips out there, as Longhorns have some younger and lesser experienced players out there in the secondary. On first down, shotgun snap, play action, a pump, and a sack. And a late flag comes in. The sack would go to Lance Jackson, but they
personal foul, face mask on the defense, number 40. 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the previous spot and carries an automatic first down.
Yeah, that's what I started to say. The sack would go for him, except he grabbed him by the face mask. The hand came off the face mask, but not quickly enough.
That's too bad. It was a great job. Great rush, just overpowered the offensive lineman, but turns out to be 15 yards against the Longhorns as the yardage piles up.
It's at the 40-yard line. 4:20 remaining in the ball game. On first down, Nelson out of the gun has the snap, sends it across the middle, ball caught, short game, and may give him 5 yards on that catch by Trayvon Tate. As Derek Williams made the tackle. So call it a 5-yard catch. It is second down and 5. Miners trying to move quickly now. Nelson from the gun has the snap. Looks to throw again. Sends it over the middle. It is caught. 35 breaking free. It's Tate down the sidelines inside the 20. Caught it in the seam between a couple of the younger Longhorns are back there in the secondary and takes it all the way down to the 12-yard line. A 43-yard gain.
Nice throw by Nelson right over the linebacker LaFau.
So first down now. Melvin Hills the third. In on the defensive front for Texas. Shotgun snap, back to throw, looking. Nelson across the middle, caught inside the 10 and down to the 8-yard line once more as they go back there to bring up second down after the 4-yard gain. After Tate made the catch, now running. Down to the 6, to the 5, down to the 4-yard line is Sean Wilson. And they mark him down at the 5. It'll bring up third down and about 2 needed for the first. Michael Tabb on the tackle. He came back in. Now Longhorns bring in more of a goal line look now on third down. Ball is at the 5-yard line. So now on third down coming up. Ball is on the 5. And they'll run Wildcat set here now on third down. Around the left side, and it should be enough for the first down. Shea Smith in at quarterback for UTEP. Smith, a redshirt freshman out of El Paso Franklin. Trey Moore made the tackle, but it is enough for a first down. It'll be first and goal, UTEP at the Texas 2. And we're down to the 2-minute timeout. 2 minutes remaining in the ball game. It's Texas 27, UTEP 3. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Meet, stay, and dine at the AT&T Hotel and Conference Center. Located on the University of Texas campus, this is where real fans stay for game day. Relax in luxurious rooms with tower views and enjoy happy hour at Gabriel's Cafe with your fellow Longhorns. Book your wedding, graduation celebration, or conference today. Make your next memories on campus. Learn more about hotel packages at meetatexas.com. Need equipment for your next job? Don't settle for the traditional rental experience. With Equipment Share, your rental arrives on time and in top condition, ready to work. From dozers to skid loaders, mini excavators, and even generators, Equipment Share has you covered. Easily reserve your gear, track your machine's performance, and manage everything through our mobile app. With Equipment Share's T3 technology, you'll get control, visibility, and peace of mind. Visit EquipmentShare.com or call 1-888-80-RENTS. Equipment Share. Rental done right.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Texas Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
2 minutes to go in this one. Texas up 27-3 on UTEP. Right now, let's pause for station identification. This is Texas Longhorn football from Learfield. SeatGeek is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Texas Longhorns. Whether you're buying or selling football tickets, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek, so Longhorn fans can fan. Texas volleyball team, what a start to the season. Another ranked opponent, 9th-ranked Arizona State. That's at 2 o'clock tomorrow at Greg Gym. Longhorns looking to stay undefeated. Texas football right back here to close out this 3-game homestand and get ready for conference play against Sam Houston State. That's Saturday night at 7 o'clock here at Royal Texas Memorial Stadium. And a week from tomorrow, Matthew McConaughey, Poems and Prayers. Revival book tour with special guest John Batiste. That's, again, next Sunday, September 21st at 3:30 at Bass Concert Hall. First and goal for UTEP, trying to find the end zone for the first time in this ball game. Longhorns leading at 27-3.
Well, here is Texas trying to see if they can put the clamps on it, and it's a mixture of some regular guys and some younger guys like Roberson out on the corner. And UTEP is sticking with the backup quarterback, Shea Smith, here on first and goal at the 2. Ashton Emery, the running back. Ball on the left hash. Shea Smith out of the shotgun, has the snap, turns, follows a blocker, and he's across for a touchdown. Shea Smith able to get it into the end zone, and UTEP scores a touchdown with 1:57 to go.
And just the 4th touchdown the Longhorns have allowed this season.
So the Miners drive downfield. And on for the conversion, Carlos Areola, transferred in from Division III, transitioning to Division II. Sul Ross State on for the conversion. And now they'll shift. And for the extra point for the Miners. Kick is up, and that kick is good. So, 1:57 remaining in the ball game, and it is Texas leading by a score of 27-10. UTEP drives at 87 yards in 7 plays, taking 2:56 off the clock. Kohl's has the back-to-school styles that'll spoil them at prices that'll spoil you, from jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's, Kohls.com. Let's go down to the field, check in once more with Will Matthews.
You know, as we end up the 4th quarter, you look back over the game, and again in this game, penalties have keeping Texas from getting the offense off the field. UTEP was able to score the 4th touchdown against the Texas Longhorns at the end of the game. Got to get those penalties.
Well, that's certainly part of it. And credit Malachi Nelson, able to complete some passes against some younger guys back there in the secondary, but he still did his job, did Nelson, getting those passes across the middle to make it work.
Yeah, he was perfect on the drive, 4 for 4 for 65 yards, including the 43-yarder to set up the touchdown.
So now, UTEP will obviously line up to onside kick it. They have both the kickoff guy, Noah Bonsford, and the place kicker, Carlos Ariola, both out there. So they might do the old okey doke and have one fake it, the other kick it. Yep, that's exactly what they did. And here's the onside kick, and the Longhorns aren't fooled. Ryan Wingo falls on it. And Texas will have it there with 1:57 to go, and they can now run out the clock.
Yeah, not much of an okey doke. That was
no. Ariola stepped up to it and went, whoop, no, it's not me. And Botsford went and said, no, I got this. And he went ahead and kicked it. But Longhorns recovered it. And they'll look to run out the clock now. 1:57 to go, and then get ready for Sam Houston next Saturday night. Kalik Lockett, 6'2", 285-pound freshman receiver from Saxe on the field for Texas. He's out there along with Aaron Butler, but this will be looking to go to James Simon. And Matthew Caldwell in at quarterback, 6'4", 209 pounds, senior transfer from Auburn, Alabama, transferred in from Troy. And Caldwell hands it to Simon and pulls it back inside the 40. Now by Caldwell, showing some wheels. Takes it for a first down to the 33-yard line.
Just give me a shot running the ball.
And goes for a 14-yard gain. Ball's at the 33. And Simon remains the running back, Caldwell the quarterback. Indries was out there, tight end. He checks out now. Spencer Shannon is in there, and they'll send Nick Townsend in, the tight end now. Under 90 seconds to go. Under center is Caldwell to take the snap. They'll hand it to Simon. Cuts into the middle. Simon inside the 25 and down to the 24-yard line, and they'll only need to snap it one more time. And then this one will be in the books. Down to a minute remaining in the ballgame. All the Longhorn players looking toward the sideline for the play call now. The clock is down to 50 seconds. Caldwell will take one final snap with James Simon set up behind him. Matthew Caldwell turns, hands it to Simon, sweeps to the right side, turns the corner, and down the side of the action went out of bounds. He'll stop the clock. The ball's at the 16-yard line with 32 seconds left. He went for 8 more yards. Did Simon.
That's 55 carries for the Texas offense.
And Simon, by the way, since checking in, up to 59 yards on 17 carries. And now they'll put down the knee, and that'll be that. That'll be the final play of this football game. Actually, Simon winds up the leading ground gainer for Longhorns. 17 carries for 67 yards. Jared Gibson, 18 for 64. Arch Manning, 9 for 51. So they ran the ball to the tune of 226 rushing yards, 140 passing, 340 total offense. We'll recap all of the stats coming up here on the Bud Light postgame show. But the Longhorns get the win. They are now 2-1 and have one more game remaining on this homestand before they open SEC play on Saturday, October 4th in Gainesville, Florida against the Florida Gators. But they win it this afternoon. The final score, the Texas Longhorns 27, the UTEP Miners 10.
Well, it'll be interesting to hear from Coach Sark after this one. Obviously, they leaned on the run game. They got that touchdown pass late from Manning to Wingo. Arch, a couple of running touchdowns, but obviously the passing game just wasn't clicking today, as they only, as you mentioned, just threw for just over 100 yards, 114 yards in the ball game. So now you move on, one more. Again, it's going to be a similar situation, heavily favored against Sam Houston State. The week off, you hope you get healthy. You hope you get a guy like Trey Wisner, maybe an Emmett Mosley, Alex January. We don't know about C.J. Baxter, because then you have the off week before traveling to Gainesville.
Yeah, right. And